All right, how we going, guys? Welcome to the live watch-along, Nikita Tszyu, KOEN MAZOUDIER. Apologies for that. I just was a fraction late there. I just stepped out and just got back. So welcome to everyone in the chat. First and foremost, let me know if the audio is okay because I've tested it. It seems okay, but unfortunately, sometimes you just don't know. So I'm sure you will let me know. I'm just going to go. Where are we? So main event: Nikita Tszyu, KOEN MAZOUDIER over 10 rounds, I think it is. Now just testing. We've got a few. Who we got in there at the moment? Damien Rochester, how are you, mate? Kane Mack, how are you? We have Andy. How you going there, mate? We have, did I see Tommy Dokes in there as well? No, just bloody chat. Where are we? There we go. All right. Tommy Dokes is there. How are you, mate? Now, these first few comments, as always, will be out of whack. All right. Audio is good. Thanks, Damien. That is the main thing. I think last time I did a live watch along, I used this microphone for some reason. All you heard was static. So I'll race through these comments so we can get these ones out the road, and then we'll get into some live stuff. So, look, I haven't, just a disclosure, I haven't watched all the fights. I've did a little bit of training, and I was doing a little bit of work as well. So I just got in for the last, was it the second round of the Matthew fight? Looked very one-sided. That was over pretty quick. And then, of course, it's the Jazzy Parr fight then. So let me know the results. I think, actually, I can't remember exactly. Anyway, we'll go through it. There you go. It's got a message from No Limit. So must be saying, buy the fight. It's okay, boys. I've got the fight. All right. So main event, Nikita Tszyu, KOEN MAZOUDIER, Michael Zerafa, Tommy Brown. We have Connor Wallace, Jerome Pampelone. We have, that's the wrong one because Brendan Grush is not on. It is Billy Polkinghorn. We've got Dara Gara, Trella against Calvin Jensen. And now something else has happened there because Jasmine Parr was supposed to be on the main card. But anyway, you get the gist of it. I'll bring up the Facebook page of No Limit. They won't let me down. They'll have the current card on there and all the results. Of course, I've got all the videos on there as well. All right. No, that is all the odds. There you go. All very one-sided odds. So that probably tells you something, by the way. But look, I think they're going to be a really good card of fights. I'm just going to go down to, if I can find it there, the actual card. I think you've got the main ones anyway. That's the main thing. All right, let's get to some comments there, guys. Let's start with, there's Andy. How are you there, mate? All right, Jazzy Parr had more tools. Would have been interesting if the Thai fighter mixed some uppercuts and rips to the body in there. Same with Brown. Solomon, yeah, I didn't say that one, mate. Had more tools, in my opinion. Yeah, Jazzy Parr, look, she seems to have it all. I thought she might have been able to get the Thai girl out of there, Andy. I just thought she needs to probably work on a few more alterations to her kit, I suppose, kit of punches, I think, if that makes sense. She seems to throw the same combinations one after the other. She's a very good stance, very good footwork, good defense, but she just tends to poke out the jab and then it's the 1-2 hook. That's all she seems to throw. So I'd like her to maybe mix it up a little bit with some different combinations. I know it's easier said than done, when you're sitting out here in the in the cheap seats, but she just seems to. It's just she looks at the jab and then it's just a 1-2 hook and then that's sort of about it. And I think she becomes a little bit predictable, maybe open to counters once her opponent sort of works out what she's doing. But look, she's had 6 fights now. She's got all the talent in the world. I think, no doubt, she will challenge for a world title at some stage. I just like her as well because she's got all the, what would you call it, the sassiness. She's got personality. She's very bubbly, loves to fight. You can see that. So I think a lot of Jazzy Parr, but as I said, I wouldn't mind just seeing her just maybe work a little bit on the boxing combinations. I know she's from a Muay Thai background. Of course, her father is John Wayne Parr, the Muay Thai legend. But, yeah, I just wouldn't mind her seeing on that. But she won every round. She probably could have gotten Kao Pa Wong out of there. I think that was her name. But, yeah, definitely a talent there, mate. All right, I'll scroll down there. The zone. Oh, okay. These. Hang on. I'm going to go to online. I'm going to go to the live Facebook page because that has all the comments in order. So I'm not going to put them up on the screen. I'll just read them out. So we've got going to be a good night, says Damien. Hope everyone's doing well. We're going very well, mate. How could you not go well when you've got live boxing, big Aussie boxing cards? I can't wait, mate. Did you hear about Better Be? Actually, no, I won't talk. Did you hear about the Better Be Bivol for the Americans? It's a pay-per-view up until after the Shakur fight on DAZN. Then for the main event, Better Be versus Bivol is on ESPN. Who the hell will be buying? Yeah, I did see that there, Damien, and I was a little bit surprised by that because I thought, so what you're saying is, I don't know how it's going to work for us here in Australia, but in the States, so what they're basically saying is that the whole card, I suppose, headlined by Shakur Stevenson, is the pay-per-view, and the Better Beav and Bivol fight is free on ESPN Plus. It's actually a subscription service, so it's not technically free, but you're not paying extra for the pay-per-view. So try and get your head around that. We've got the main event that pretty much, the main reason obviously everyone is tuning in is free if you're in the States, if you have the app. But you've got to pay for the fight if you want the undercard and the Shakur Stevenson fight. Now, I think that spells a lot of trouble there, Damien. A lot of trouble. I don't think that is going to do well at all. I think people go, yeah, you know what? We'd love to see Jai. We'd love to see, some of the other fighters on the card. Maybe you might even want to see Shakur Stevenson. But you know what? I'm not going to pay for that. I'll just hang out and, maybe watch something like this for the live updates or some other illegal stream or whatever you got to do, and then we'll just tune in for the Better Beav and Bivol fight. So it's a risky one, Damon. I've never seen this happen ever. So maybe this is the way of the future where you have promoters saying, all right, we're gonna actually split the card. Can you believe that we've got the main event on one network and the undercard on another network on the same bill, same night, same show? It just doesn't make sense to me, mate. But yeah, maybe we might see this in the future where a promoter pretty much sells off the undercard and just puts the main event on a separate thing. Who knows? But Damien, still Solomon Brown, not a bad fight at all. Solomon, a damn stunner. Yeah, I missed that one. Sorry, mate. Did see her on the scales, mate. Yes, you are right. Tommy, how you going, Tommy? As long as Nikita keeps winning, how many more fights is he away from a bigger mainstream fight? Good question, mate. Oh, look, it's a tough one. If you're looking at when you say a bigger mainstream fight, if you're talking about maybe an international opponent, I think apart from Michael Zerafa, in my opinion, there's not really anyone that would be probably bigger than what he's fighting tonight. I don't know, but look, this is his 10th fight, Tommy. I've been pretty vocal about this on my morning walks. I know they're trying to push for the Michael Zerafa fight, but I'm not quite sure I see the sense in it right here and now for Nikita. 10 fights in. Michael Zerafa, no matter what you think of him, is a seasoned pro, 36, 30. I think tonight's his 37th fight. He's been around a long time, paid his dues. I know he's had, some of the, the results haven't been great, but he's still been in those fights. He's been in the build-up. He's been in press conferences and weigh-ins and the interviews and all, everything else, pay-per-views in Vegas. So I'm not quite sure. Look, I think Nikita, in my opinion, still beats Michael Zerafa. Now, I know that'll fly in the face of what a lot of you guys and girls out there think, but all that aside, I'm not sure whether it's the right fight for him right now. After only 10 fights, I wouldn't mind seeing him have even another 5 fights at around Aussie level or just in international waters, but just, maybe a 20 to 25 ranked type of fighter and just find his way because I just think he's got a fair way to go at the moment. We'll see what he's like tonight. MAZOUDIER, very, very tough opponent, knows what he's doing, but I just think he needs to show a bit more. We all know his defense has been a little bit shaky. We all know he's gassed a little bit in some of his fights as well. So I just don't see there's any hurry. 26 years of age. I know technically he should be really starting to step up now. But, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing him have 4, if not 5 fights at this level. And there are some guys around there for him. I know he's quickly running out of opponents. A few people putting up their hands to fight him. But, I think 5 fights away from him. I reckon a year and a half, if I'm being honest. 27 and a half, maybe just about to turn 28, the ideal time, I think, to go bang with a Zerafa type of opponent. But sometimes that what makes the most sense doesn't necessarily happen. And I think it's pretty obvious the way they're trying to direct Nikita into that Michael Zerafa fight. All right. The Thai did take some damage. She was tough, Damien, no doubt about that. All right. There's KOEN there. Thanks, mate. Looking forward to some great commentary. I appreciate that. Audio good. Fight night. All right. So we might go down to, where are you? I think Peter Nutt might have been. There you are. All right. So Jazzy Parr will win a world title. She has great defensive skills with plenty of power. Yeah, well, you don't really see a lot of power at this weight, do you, Peter? She's got, as I said, she's got all the skills. She has got power. I think the last fight she won that by knockout and almost had the tie out of that side. How tough was she? I'm glad she went the distance, if I'm being honest. She's come all the way from Thailand on short notice. Maybe hasn't probably been paid a lot of money just to come out. She only fought here a few weeks ago, so I'm glad she lasted the distance. There's nothing worse than seeing some of the imports come out and get absolutely belted for our entertainment. So she was good, she was tough, and I think more than earn her money tonight, mate. So, but yeah, Jazzy Parr definitely has lots of skills, mate. I'm sure I'm with you. She will fight for a world title. I'm not sure she'll win it yet. There's lots of good girls at that weight. Those lower weights, what is she, 50? She fought at 54 or something tonight, didn't she? Or 54 and a half. She does fight at 51, which is 115 in the pounds. That's that light. These flyweight, sorry. Lots of very, very good girls around that weight. I know she had her sights or has her sights set on Fundora. What's her name? The young Fundora. So that would be a tough fight. She's very tall, good range, good skills. So that would be tough. But I just like her style. I like her attitude. She wants to fight the best. So let's hope she gets her chance. And probably not a bad decision going with no limit if that's the case. There's St Kilda, 1, 2, 3. Hanoi Tripper, how are you there, mate? There's KOEN. Oh, that's the microphone. Good stuff, mate. There's Ross, how are you there, mate? Looks like you're going to have September to have a good, nice holiday this year, mate. You and Peter, Collingwood boys. I know I'm not in the position, by the way, all you Collingwood supporters, to be really rubbing it in since we basically fell into finals, but we're in the finals in the top 8 for all but 1 week. So all you out there saying that we were lucky to get in, 1 week we're out of the top 8. So anyway. All right. Hanoi Tripper. Rose deflected the question of Jazzy Parr's missing bonus quite well. He did, didn't he? She did bring it up. Actually, we're into round number 1, by the way, of Sunny Night and is it Laban Stringer? I've never heard that name before. Sunny Night with Fight Life Management with Glenn Jennings. So no doubt he will be able to fight and looks the goods as we get started. So I'll keep you updated with that one as we answer questions. What's that, Damien? No limit. Owe you a Snickers. A lot. I've purchased this pay-per-view. Good stuff, Damien, mate. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. You would never thought you would see that. Damien Rochester buying a no limit card. So you're right. I think maybe I should have got a commission from No Limit. I doubt it's going to come between me and you, Damien. But anyway. Carl, g'day, mate. How are you? Let's go, Nikita and Tommy. Yeah, well, I think there's a few Tommy Brown fans out there tonight, isn't there? Still with Hanoi. I want Tommy to win, but also want to see the build-up to see to a Zerafa Tszyu fight. Would be funny. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, I must admit, I haven't really thought about how that would be. It would definitely be entertaining because Nikita's very quirky, as we know. And Michael Zerafa, I think, again, love him or hate him, he's the master at the trash talk and being able to handle himself really, really well at in interviews, press conferences, weigh-ins, and all that sort of stuff. So that's definitely a battle I think that Michael Zerafa would win. Would be the talking, and it'd be really interesting to see how Nikita went with someone like Michael, who would be relentless in his trash talking. And it's something, if you look at Nikita, I don't think he's comfortable with it all. I think he sometimes says a few of the things he says because he's uncomfortable and maybe just doesn't know what else to say, so he'll roll out something quirky. And I no doubt that he's a quirky guy, but I just think that it'd be interesting to see how he would handle someone like Michael Zerafa, who would, as I said, would be relentless in his taunting of Nikita Tszyu, how he would go with that. But yeah, it'd be, let's hope we get to see it, Hanoi. Andy, the Thai chick versus Parr was dribble. She has a chin, no doubt about that, mate. That's for sure. Yes, hit the like. Yep. Like, subscribe, share, all that sort of stuff. What have we got? Nearly 60 people watching at the moment. Was it the last fight we did? It might have been the one before that with Nikita Tszyu. We had 17,500 people watching at the time. I think most of them tuned in for the live stream that wasn't forthcoming, and there are a few people not overly happy. But again, it doesn't say live stream, guys. It says watch along. It's you watching me watching the fight. And speaking of the fight, I think we're coming to the end of round number 1 of what looks a very dominant round for Sunday night. So definitely looks good. So that's the end of round number 1. G'day, Chad. G'day, guys. Looking forward to Nikita's upcoming brutal KO tonight. So you think he wins? Well, let us know, guys, who wins and why. I think that Nikita Tszyu wins, I'm going to say by points, Chad. I think he's got the ability to get KOEN MAZOUDIER out of there, but he's tough. KOEN MAZOUDIER is tough and hard. He's fought some good guys. Ben Mahoney, Joel Camilleri, you know him. I mean, he's all the Wade Ryan, some very, very good and tough fighters in Australia. I think Nikita, just has him covered in speed, overall skill. I think I've said this before. I just don't think KOEN has just got the tools to go with Nikita. I think he's not overly fast, doesn't punch really hard. I know he's had some knockouts on his record, but they're more accumulation punches. So I think he's going to struggle to really nail Nikita down. But the big asterisk is, or the big question is, if he nails Nikita, what happens then? Because Nikita, for all his skills and technique and ability, has shown a tendency to get caught. Now, and we've seen a couple of different types of Nikita. I think the fight with Dylan Biggs, he got caught, but it was more of just a shock knockdown. I don't think it was genuinely hurt or rocked or anything like that. I just sort of caught him unawares and off balance, and down he went. And after that, it was absolutely flawless. He absolutely took Dylan Biggs apart. But then you see him in the next fight against Danilo Creati, who, as they say, wouldn't knock the skin off a custard, with all due respect to Danilo. He had okay skills, but he was able to rock Nikita, and to the point where I thought Nikita was in a little bit of trouble, like to the point of maybe being stopped. But a credit to Nikita, of course, got the job done. But if KOEN MAZOUDIER hits and Nikita like Creati did and gets him hurt like he did, I think he's got the ability to get him out of there. It's just a matter of whether he can. Nikita tends to fight. Have you noticed? He tends to fight to the level of his opponent, if that makes sense. He really struggled against Creati, although he did win most of the rounds, let's face it. But he really struggled against Ben Horn, but then really rose to the occasion against Biggs, Benjamin Bomber, Bo Belbin. So I think when he thinks he's being challenged, or there might be maybe some doubt of who's going to win or whatever, he definitely rises to the occasion and really, I think, thinks a lot more about it. You see him, especially apart from the first round knockdown against Dylan Biggs, he was very conscious of being nice and tight, picking his punches, and was just flawless. And I think against Creati, I think he knew that he had it over Creati. He couldn't hurt him and tried to bomb him out and ended up getting caught, as he did against Ben Horn as well. So so it'd be interesting to see which Nikita turns up. I've got a feeling we're going to see the Dylan Biggs Nikita Tszyu tonight. I think he's going to mean business. I think he knows the consequences and also the level that he's now at. And I don't think there'll be any taking it for granted. He's just going to bomb these guys out. I'm hoping anyway, we'll see a really improve Nikita with his tight defense, sharp punches. Because I just think when he's done that, he's been totally dominant. So let's see. Peter, disappointed to hear Jai say feels like he gets more support from the UK than Australia. Yeah, I did see that, Peter. I would say to Jai, fight here so we can come and watch you. That's a good point, Peter. I did see that. Look, I think he was obviously just saying thank you to the UK fans. He's got a lot of support over there. And he's got a lot of support here, but I'm with you there. I think I'm not disappointed in Jai. I'm disappointed for Jai, if that makes sense. and you get a little bit the same from Sky Nicholson, Ebony Bridges as well, that they've gone over there because they just don't get the support here that they get over there. Now, that's, I think, something to do also with the managers, promoters, and the whole team for taking them out of Australia. Now, look, the thing is with Jai, I'm not sure he'd be too stressed because he's probably getting paid some really, really good money, a lot more money than he would get on the cards here. But I don't think he said it as a slight on Australia. I think it was more just a statement about the state of play in his career at the moment. And I think if he fought here in Australia, look, I think everyone would get behind him. Someone actually messaged me the other day and made a point that, do you think him and his team have made a mistake by not signing with no limit and getting here in Australia? Now, there's probably two sides of it. One is that no doubt his image or his stature or whatever you might want to call it will be a lot bigger here, but he wouldn't be getting the money. That's the difference. Now, I think they've foregone the publicity here for the big bucks. And let's face it, this is what they risk their lives to do for the money. So I've got no dramas with it. But as I said, Peter, disappointed for him, not in him. All right, Carl, just seen a post by Noonan with Liam Paro at the Cowboys training at Queensland Country Bank Stadium, hoping that's where his next title defence will be. I did see that, Carl. I was almost going to talk about it this morning on my walk, but I thought I'll just wait and get a little bit more information. But if you didn't see it, Noonan Boy broke this morning on his page and the Australian Boxing Central page that they're looking, or Eddie Hearn is looking at a potential Liam Paro Devin Haney fight in December. I think December 7th from memory. But that would make sense there, Carl. Queens Country Backstage. So it's that far north Queensland, is it? I'm assuming the Cowboys are up top, aren't they? So I'm assuming what would be, was it Toowoomba? Is that where Jeff Horn fought Tim Tszyu? I'm not quite sure, but that would be great if that was the case, Carl. Look, I'm still not to be convinced it'll be Devin Haney next. I think there's a lot of water to go under the bridge. It's great that Eddie's put it out there because here we are, we're all talking about it. We're all getting, jazzed up to get our tickets. But I think when it comes to probably someone like a Devin Haney, there's a lot more to it. But the fact of the matter is, Devin Haney wants to unify. I think the IBF is a bit of an issue, isn't it? Because of the rehydration clause. I think it's a 10-pound limit the IBF put on it, but there's always ways around it. I'm sure they'll work out something. But if that is the case, Carl, that will be a great fight for Liam Paro. Who wins? That's Ann Gomez, Max McIntyre, and LB Matthew. I don't know, Ann. I'm not sure. Andy says, Peter, fair point. I guess it's a juggle with fighters chasing dollars and exposure. Yeah, that's in regards to Jai. Zerafa wins with an early stoppage. Is that Nikita or tonight? I think tonight, I would say 3 or 4 rounds. That's interesting. If it is Nikita you're talking about there, Peter, it's interesting. You should say that. I mean, I'd just like to know, not being smart or anything like that. What makes you think that Michael Zerafa would stop Nikita Tszyu early? Now, I'm not going to be bashing Michael Zerafa here or praising up Nikita Tszyu more than what he deserves. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just 100% legitimately interested. What makes you think that Michael Zerafa would stop Nikita Tszyu early? Because I'm looking at it that the only way I would see that happening, I know Michael can be dangerous early. We saw it against Isaac Harbin, end of round 3, by the way, in the night versus, who was it? What was his name? The one I'm talking about. I think the only way I could see it, Peter, is if Nikita came out cold and maybe Michael Zerafa pulled out something like he did against Harbin. But I just think purely skill for skill, man to man, whatever you might want to call it. I just think Nikita has the speed, power, and overall skills to beat Michael Zerafa, who hasn't, when you think about it, this is an Australian fight, of course. In Australia, he's been pretty good. But outside Australia in those big fights, hasn't been able to get the job done. So, again, I'm just very curious as to what makes you think he would win, especially by an early stoppage. All right, Carl, Michael Zerafa wasn't fighting guys with his experience after 10 fights. I'll tell you that much. No, he wasn't. He was probably fighting at the Melbourne Pavilion, knocking out some of the lesser lights, I would think. But look, he's not the only one. Most fighters do that. And this is the thing. This is a reason why, Carl, why I'm not on that let's push for Nikita versus Michael fight. And it's not just the fact look, I understand as an Australian boxing fan, it would be great to see Nikita versus Michael, but I'm probably taking my fan hat off and looking at it through the eyes of Team 2, Zoo 2, sorry. I just don't see why you would put someone in there that after tonight's only had 10 fights in the last, 3 years after having 8 years out of the ring, coming up against Michael Zerafa. Geez, Stringer just going for it here against Knight. This is a war in round number 4. Last round too, both guys was letting it all hang out. Knight had the best of the first 3 rounds, but Stringer's is going for it with 2 minutes to go in round number 4, sorry. A mouth guard's come out there. But, as I said, Carl, I just don't see, again, with my Team Zoo manager's hat on, why you'd be looking at it to fast track him. Unless, look, and I don't think this is the case, by the way. The only thing I could think of is that, well, we're not quite sure whether Nikita can make it at world level, or maybe he's not in it for a long time. He just wants to go for it now, so let's throw him in. But just in my opinion, if they're really legitimate about following the same path as his brother Tim, I just don't see how the Michael Zerafa fight makes sense. Just the risk. Again, I still think he wins, but it's just that risk against a real hardened, solid pro in Michael Zerafa, who is going to bring it in Australia. He's always delivered, not so much overseas, but this fight will be in Australia, not overseas. So you would think that we'd get the same Zerafa that beat a Hardman or whatever that would show up, not the fighter that showed up against Lara. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't see it, which is why I said earlier, why not wait another 4 or 5 fights? So he's at 15 fights, whatever it might be, and then look at it. Or the other side of the coin is maybe they look at it like they did with Tim. I think he had 11 or 12 fights, and they stepped him up to fight the likes of Joel Camilleri, Dwight Ritchie, Jack Brubaker, and didn't hesitate. Stevie Spark, Jeff Horn. So they stepped him up against him because they had complete faith in him. So maybe that might be what they're looking at with Nikita. But the difference with Tim is, or between Tim and Nikita, 35 seconds ago in this one, by the way, guys, an absolute war. The difference was with Tim, you didn't see him show some cracks early in his career. You didn't see him get rocked. You didn't see him gash. You didn't see him in a lot of trouble and in wars against fighters you probably shouldn't be in wars against, where with Nikita we have, and that's why I would say, you know what, this guy needs a bit more of an apprenticeship than his brother Tim. So, sorry about this, guys. I think I'm a little bit behind in the comments. Don't want to see Nikita rush. This is this fight. Wow. We're in the last 10 seconds here. What a fight. Both guys are swinging from the fences. Wow. Great fight. Well done, boys. Good stuff. And both boys very happy with themselves. I think Knight has got the decision, but what a fight. Hannah, I don't want to see Nikita rush. He looks kind of raw from my fans' view from the couch. Yeah, I agree with you, Hannah, hence what I just said then. Unlike his brother, who just looked like totally comfortable as a pro, and just handled those guys with ease. They stepped him up really quick, made him fight very often. And, he just did not skip a beat, did he? Whereas Nikita has had his issues. So that's why I just don't want to see him rushed along the same way. All right. There's Paro. Paro, sir, is it? How are you there, mate? Where are you watching from? From Mexico, by the looks of things there. Thanks for joining in the stream there, mate. I don't know who won the fight, Anne. Can anyone help Anne out? Who won between Max McIntyre and LB Matthew? Is that even on the card? I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell to me. Maybe I've missed something. Let us know. All right. Carl, Mick Zerafa was fighting guys with more losses than wins after 11 or 12 fights. Yeah, well, that's probably not something out of the ordinary there, Carl. I think a lot of fighters do. And look, the thing is, I'll give Michael his credit. I mean, even after a handful of fights, he went to Russia and fought over there and he lost. But then after another handful of fights, went back to America and fought Peter Quillen over there, at, I think 21 or 22 years of age. So, or Max, you might have been 22, 23, whatever it was. So, but you're right. I do have an issue with other fighters, I must say, who get on here and they're knocking out fighters with losing records or just at a 50-50 record and for some obscure belt, and they carry on like they're the winning world title belts and jumping on top ropes and all that sort of stuff. That's what I have an issue with. But again, I'm just probably a little bit old-fashioned, mate. All right, Hanoi, I heard they sometimes get Thai or Indo girls from prisons to make up fight cards here. Do you think that's true? Hanoi, how do I answer that? I would have no doubt, Hanoi. I'm not going to say they get them from prisons, although, look, you never know. I've never heard that before, if I'm being honest. But I know they have a bit of production line of, like, there's some, what do you call them, agents, whether it be Indonesia or the Philippines or more so Thailand. And if you need a quick win for a fighter or a couple of easy wins, or you have a late pull-out, you know who to call and they'll get someone over here quick, smart. It's almost like they have this little, as I said, a production line of fighters they just roll out and they're always ready to go. You name the weight that you want and they'll bring someone out just like that. And some I've seen some horrific fighters they've brought out, Hanoi, and I felt so sorry for them. I've never ever knowingly done it, and I can't think actually off the top of my head of any stage where any fighters on our cards got really like wiped out. I've seen them on some other cards. I was worried once. I remember I brought a guy over. We had young Joel Taylor fought on one of my shows a few years back, and we had a late replacement. I was really worried. I had to make the phone call. We need someone. Who you got? And the only one we could get at short notice was a Thai. And I went, oh, no, because I was very, very conscious of that on my cards about having 50-50 fights at least. And I thought, oh, here we go. But he came out. I mean, Joel Taylor had a good win, but he went, I think it was 6 rounds. It was a good, tough, hard fight. And this Thai came to fight. So I was relieved about that. But Hanoi, I've seen some disasters here in Australia, where Thais have come out and been absolutely demolished and hurt and knocked out. I hate to see it, mate. I really hate to see it. But as far as your comment there goes, I've never heard of prisons, especially with the girls sending them out, but anything's possible, mate. What's that, Damien? I was hoping the whole time it went the distance and not her getting knocked the hell out. Yep, that was the girls. Nicholas says, who's fighting next? Good call. I'm going to have to I'll go back to the No Limit Facebook page and we'll see if we can get the card up. Where are we? Photos. That's where it'll be. See all. All right. Can someone help us out there, guys? Where is the fight card? I can't find it. Someone's got to know out there. Where are we? Photos. Geez, you'd think it'd be on there somewhere. Hang on. Where are I? No, that's not it. I'm still looking there, guys. Oh, here we go. All right. So that was Sunny Knight and Laban Stringer. All right. So Sunny Knight getting the win, by the way, on points. Next up is Billy Polkinghorne and Michael Reynolds. So Billy Polkinghorne 2-0 with 1 knockout. Michael Reynolds 1-0. So this is at a catch weight. I'm assuming it'll be, well, what's Billy Polkinghorne? I think he's a 140 pounder, so it's probably between 140, 147, somewhere in that weight range. And then after that, we've got Darren Garler, Trella, Calvin, Jensen, and I think the next two might be 5 or 6 rounders, I think. So, but that's who's up next, Nicholas. It is Billy Polkinghorne and Michael Reynolds up next. All right. Glenn, how you going there, mate? Going to the pub, so I won't be listening. Have a great call, and if there is a guy, Zerafa gets knocked out and retires. Jeez, he's hasn't got a lot of fans out there, has he? And poor old Laban Stringer is in the change rooms at the moment, just devastated. I don't know why he'd be devastated, to be honest. I mean, he fought a great fight. I understand that he's disappointed that he lost. I get that, and it looks like there's Matt Rose in there saying it's okay. We'll get you on the next card. We might even get a rematch. That was a great fight. I was only sort of going back and forth, but it is Matt Rose there, doing a bit of an Turkey LL Sheik and going straight to him and saying, it's all right, son, you'll be on our next card. So he definitely thought he won it. It was a close fight. Just from what I saw, though, I thought Sunday Night did enough. But who knows? But yeah, Laban Stringer not happy at all. But let's get it on again on the next show. All right. Have fun at the pub, by the way, there, Glenn. Actually, was he? I saw someone yelling at the camera. I thought it was. I thought it might have been Knight's corner celebrating, but it was actually Labour Stringer's trainer having a bit to say. All right, Damien. No, this is about the Blues. They can say whatever they want, but you guys are in the finals and we aren't. Yes, that's right, mate. Julian, totally agree. Nikita's not ready for Zerafa as he's a well-seasoned fighter. Nikita's maturing into world-class boxing he is. And that's why I just don't see the rush, Julian. I just don't understand. Actually, I do understand that No Limit and Main Event are saying, hey, God, come on. Well, maybe not so much No Limit. I think Main Event would be the main pushers behind this. They would be saying to No Limit, George, Matt, hey, this is the fight we want. If we can't get Tim and Michael, and Tim's going to be off doing his thing overseas for a while, we need a big all-Aussie pay-per-view. What can you do for us? And, of course, Michael Zerafa fits the bill. And that makes sense from Main Events. I mean, this is a business, remember. They don't care about if you're ready or not. They just want the biggest fights possible, and that's fine. They don't really know boxing. They just televise it and broadcast it, so I get that. I've got a feeling No Limit, a little bit torn in between. Again, I'm just reading between the lines. I get a feeling that No Limit might be a little bit early, but we need this fight as well. It will make the company look great. Gets us a big all-Aussie showdown. I get that. Glenn Jennings is probably the one that surprised me the most, if I'm being honest. I would have thought and expected Glenn to pretty much shut this down. But I did read something the other day where he didn't. I think it might have been at the press conference or the weigh-in, whatever, where he said, we'll see. We'll see. Now, that's not the Glenn Jennings I would normally expect for him to say. He's normally very straight down the line, is Glenn. And when he said, yeah, we'll see, that sort of definitely opened the door, didn't it, that it might be happening. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. But I just don't see the sense in Nikita fighting Michael next. And you've got to remember also that Nikita is a 154 pounder. So I'll just get my camera right there. I don't know what I did there. Is a 154 pounder. Michael is a 160-pound fighter. Now, no, look, it probably wouldn't make much difference because I did see that Michael weighed in. He was a fair bit under the middleweight limit from memory. I think he might have weighed in at 71.5 kilos, which is about, so it might be a couple of pounds, 2.5 pound under the 160-pound limit. And we all know Nikita has had his issues making 154. So I think if they made like a 157-pound catch weight, I think they could make it happen. But again, I don't know this. I can't see the sense. But anyway. Paro Sir says, Carl, with respect to Zerafa, he's never been very good in my opinion. Yep. Oh, thanks, Shamrock. Appreciate that, mate. Max won by TKO in the third. I haven't had a chance to look at the results, guys. Sorry about that. Puro, he's a complete dick to boot. I'm assuming you're talking about Michael Zerafa there, who feeds on the hate, apparently, Carl. He's feeding on the hate. All right, there's Shamrock. G'day, mate. All right, Nikita has of yet been shown here in the US. I don't know if it's too soon for him. It hasn't been shown. Okay. Well, it raises another question there, Puro, sir. I mean, why isn't there a streaming service from No Limit back to the States? I don't get it. I've had this conversation numerous times with D-Style in the States. He says, he asked me, he said, why doesn't No Limit have a streaming app? And I couldn't answer it. They're the biggest promoters in Australia. Tasman Fighters have a streaming app. They've got DAZN. Premier Boxing Series have a streaming app. They've got 7 Plus. And even, who's the promoter from Queensland with Stan? So there's 3 other promoters out there that aren't the biggest in the land, and they have streaming apps. So when you think there might be I know we've got KO. That's probably the only. Look, my suggestion to anyone out there from overseas that's watching this and would like to get these fights, get a VPN. I know I've mentioned on here a few times. I'm with Surfshark, so when I go to the States, I can watch Australian TV and Foxtel and all that sort of stuff. So get a VPN, get the 7 Plus app, and get the KO app. You still got to pay for it. You won't be able to get it for free, but at least you'll have access to it. Here's another question for everyone that's watching from overseas, especially America. Would you pay to see Nikita Tszyu fight. 70 Australian dollars, which is probably only about $40 American, but still, would you pay, if you could get access to it, would you pay to see tonight's fight for 40 or $45? All right, Nikita has his work cut out for him against KOEN. Nikita's defense is average, but KOEN isn't a brutal puncher. Yeah, that's the thing, Carl. KOEN is tough, but he's not overly quick. So I'm sure that Nikita, he's got lightning quick reflexes. I'm sure he'll be fine that way. But the fact that KOEN's not overly fast and not a real big, powerful puncher. But again, if Danilo Crady can rock Nikita Tszyu, then I'm sure that MAZOUDIER can. He obviously backs himself, so Paro sent you a message on Discord. Okay, Discord. Now, can someone fill me in what is Discord? I don't know. I'm not 100% tech savvy, so let me know what is Discord. All right, impressive first round. Good pace. Hop straight into it. Not much of a feel out. That was the Stringer and Knight fight. Am I that far behind? Sorry, guys. Batman says, I think Nikita will probably get the stoppage. KOEN is one tough cookie, says Carl. Yep, I agree. John Theodore, hang on, I don't want to get this wrong. John Theodorakis. Is that, sorry, John, I've just stuffed that up, haven't I? I'm just going to call you John. How long before the main event? All right, we are probably a couple of hours away, I would think. John, let's see. So we've got... I'll just go back to that. I should have taken a photo. Sorry about that. All right, so this is a 5-rounder, I think. And the one after that might be a 6-rounder. So you say the next 2 fights are probably going to take an hour unless we can get a couple of knockouts. So let's say, even say about 8:30 for these 2 fights to be over. And then we're into, it'll be Connor Wallace and Jerome Pampelone. That's a 12-rounder. So that's probably going to take us through to that's almost going to be 10 o'clock or 8:45 or something like 9:45. And then we've got Michael Zerafa. So maybe that fight won't go too long. I'm thinking it might be on until about 10:30, John, if I'm being honest. Let's hope not. Thanks, Carl. The Paro fight might be in Townsville. Devon won't be able to handle the rehydration clause. No, I agree, Carl. I think they'll try and get around. I did see something there. Might be a loophole or something. If it did happen, they might be able to get him through. Well, he ended up getting the Garcia fight overturned, didn't he? So anything's possible with Devon. I agree. Coming off the Ryan beating, I would highly favour Liam against Haney. Sorry, I am a fair bit behind. Sorry, guys. I'll try and catch up now. When it happens, Nikita will stop Zerafa. Just my opinion. Fight actually makes lots of sense if both get the win today. Okay, yep, that's another way to look at it. As I said before, Batman, I still think Nikita wins. So maybe, look, I suppose saying that, the option on that end would be to take the Tim Tszyu approach and say, well, we back our man even after 10 fights. We back him to beat Michael Zerafa, so we'll get him into it anyway. I think it might have something to do with how he looks tonight. I think if he handles MAZOUDIER easily, then maybe they'll push the button. I think if he struggles with MAZOUDIER, I've got a feeling they might just wait. And also, it probably depends on how Michael Zerafa looks as well. There was actually a word that they might get Michael to maybe not look as good as maybe he could, to maybe force the hand of Nikita to maybe play possum a little bit and get him the fight. I don't know. There's all these things going on. I don't think that happens, by the way. Boxing is too risky a sport to do that. All right, Peter. I think Zerafa is a level above Nikita, and Nikita just doesn't fight smart enough for my liking. And look at the Ben Horn fight. Nikita was cooked, and Benny's not the greatest fighter out there. Yeah, well, that's what I said before, Peter. I just got this feeling that Nikita fights to the level of his opponents, and he's looked great in some of the fights and pretty average in others. So it just depends on what mindset Nikita turns up with. But you would think that if there was a Michael Zerafa fight, that he would be very clinical. He wouldn't take any risk, especially early. So who knows? Who knows? At least we're talking about it anyway. That's what they want. Ryan says, I cannot see Zerafa get past Nikita. I see Nikita chopping him down and getting him out within 6. Yep. Thanks, Ryan. A few hellos in there, which is good. All right, so in round number 1 of a 5-rounder, Billy Polkinghorne and what was his name? Reynolds. Sorry, I missed his first name. 35 seconds going round number 5. Now, you might be asking, 5-rounder? What's a 5-rounder? They're pretty common these days. I don't mind them. I used to do a few when I was doing fights as well. They're just a nice in-between. A lot of the fighters don't want 4-rounders. They see them as a bit sort of novice-y, but they might not be ready for a 6 or 8-rounder, so a 5-rounder just keeps everyone happy and keeps the card flowing as well. All right. The media who don't understand boxing continually hound Zerafa versus Nikita. Drives me nuts. Well, Julian, I said on my video this morning, that's the end of round 1, by the way. I said this morning that it just seems like, and I said it myself, that just seems like, geez, every time there's a microphone in front of Michael Zerafa, it's Nikita, it's Tim, it's Nikita, it's both of them, whatever. Any chance you could get to mention them. But I have noticed in the last couple of days that main event, the reporters or announcers, broadcasters, hosts, whatever they are, every opportunity they get, they steer Michael towards a comment about the zoo. So it's very, very obvious which way they would like it to go. And I'm sure Michael wants it, of course. But, the media are all over it, Julian. They need something like this for the headlines, I suppose. I'm just looking there. So, yeah, good round for Polkinghorne there. The stats there, he won that quite clearly. Peter says Tim would destroy Zerafa, but it would be a great money fight with a pay-per-view. Yeah, it would. I must admit too, Peter, I'm a little bit surprised of the interest in the fight still. That's why I even said the other day on one of my walks, I said, it's just me. I'm missing something because I saw all the interviews with Michael and him trying to needle Tim and Nikita, and I said, is it a fight that you guys really want? Because I'm not really fussed either way. Do you really want this fight? And I did a poll on it, and 69% said no. So maybe No Limit and Main Event don't want to hear that. But that was the question I had. But you're right. That was the thing that surprised me, that everyone's still talking about this fight. I mean, we just got to look at the last fights they had. I mean, we're putting pretty much the Tim fight to the side because of the circumstances. But I'm also looking at Zerafa's fight. Now, you can package it up any way you want. I mean, he got absolutely obliterated in 2 rounds, and I'm not having a go at Michael here, but facts are facts. He you could almost say barely showed up and got absolutely, blasted out in 2 rounds. That's why I was surprised that the interest from everyone about a possible Tim and Zerafa fight. But I think from what the poll showed, it's more of a media, maybe No Limit thing, trying to build this up more than what it's worth. Now, I think it would still be big, but I think Michael has to get at least tonight under his belt, and then maybe another one after that or maybe it might even be just tonight's fight. If he goes in there and demolishes Tommy Brown, then maybe the Lara fight is quickly forgotten about, and we're all of a sudden talking about Nikita or Tim against him next. So, but it would be a big money fight, mate, with pay-per-view. I don't think it gets near Mundine and Green, though. I mean, that was just one out of the box, that one. So, might make more money, but I don't think it does have as many pay-per-view buys, I wouldn't have thought. That was just massive back in the day. All right, so I've just lost my way there. With respect to Zerafa, that's an early one, isn't it? Sorry, I'll keep going down. Just lost my way there. Almost at the end of the comments. All right, what's that? I'm Mexican, but hail from Los Angeles. Good stuff there, mate. I'm going to be over there next week. Looking forward to getting over to Vegas for the Canelo fight. Can't wait. Heading over to the East Coast first, though. All right. Keep going down there. All right. Okay. Double G. Maybe, just maybe tonight we'll see the new version of Nikita. Oh, sorry. I didn't put that on the screen. Maybe, just maybe tonight we'll see the new version of Nikita. He says he's evolved into, if that's the case, we might have different thoughts at the end of the night regarding a Zerafa fight. Yeah, good call there, Double G. Yep, not a bad call at all. We might say that, yes, he's 100% ready. He definitely, in my opinion, even though he has had a few things to say, a few strange things, I do get the impression that I think now he realises that this game is for real. He's in the big time. MAZOUDIER, I won't say he's he's definitely not at Michael Zerafa's level, but maybe not even at the fringes of world level, but he's still a very tough, durable fighter. So I think Nikita realises what's happening now. He realises this is it. He's into the deep waters, or deepish waters with this one. And even though, as I said, he has said a few quirky things that he normally says, he does look a little bit more serious than what he has in the past. All right, let's see how desperate Zerafa is for a Tszyu at 154, no catch weight. Yeah, well, as I said, mate, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 157 or something. Trevor Taylor, how are you, mate? Great opening bout. Gutsy effort by Stringer. Should be a great night of boxing. Should be for sure, mate. So we're in round number 3 of 5 of this catchweight fight, Polkinghorne and Reynolds. And from what I've seen so far, I know I've been going back and forth. It looks like Billy Polkinghorne doing it comfortably at the moment. Andy, you didn't agree with the last fight. It was a robbery. And I don't know why it does this, by the way, but it takes me... All right, where are we? Hanoi Tripper. All right. A local boxing girl told me and I didn't believe her, hence... what's that I asked her? Maybe she's meant recently released. Oh, that was about the prison. What's that? All right, so it's your... We're referred to as Chicano. We got labelled Mexican-American. That last judge gave Knight 4 of 4. Okay, I couldn't really hear the scorecards there, Andy. That judge needs to be investigated. Well, there's a few that probably need to be investigated at the moment, mate. There's been some shocking decisions. So he should be devastated he won that fight hands down. Okay, that was about Laban Stringer. So JJ had it 2-2. All right, so I'll keep going down the comments there as we go. I'll just, where are we? All right, don't know why it keeps skipping. All right, I was going to watch these fights sober, but I'm going to go drown my sorrows for poor brothers Stringers getting ripped off. Well, it is Knight. He's technically is the house fighter, isn't he? He's one of Glenn's boys. So, look, again, I was just sort of going back and forth. It's really hard to comment when you're just glancing. I did say, I thought after the first round it was clearly Knight, but obviously I'm wrong. All right, looks like this Zerafa fight is a catchweight, maybe with the view of making 154 for the next fight. Could be the go there, JJ, for sure. Yeah, well, as I said, I think he weighed 157 or 158 for this fight, so... Colin Shorter, how are you there, mate? I hope Tim Tszyu fights Zerafa one day soon and really flogs him. Zerafa is nothing but a mouthpiece. Zerafa is only after the big money to fight Tim Tszyu. Tim is awake to this year. Well, I've said a few times, Colin, that I get the impression that, and this probably relates to Nikita as well, they don't want to give Michael Zerafa the satisfaction of a big payday, a big pay-per-view, an opportunity to even be in the ring with him. So that's probably maybe a reason why we're getting from Glenn Jennings that we'll see. So that probably maybe says, that's the end of round 3, by the way, but maybe says that we don't want the fight. We don't want to give Zerafa the satisfaction, but on the other hand, that might be something that we're sort of forced into by promoters and broadcasters and everything else. So maybe we will do it. So it's an interesting one. All right, Julian, Billy Polkinghorne has a big future in boxing, great IQ and technique. Yeah, he hasn't looked too bad tonight. He's 3 rounds down, so... Carl, if he feeds off the hate, well, I've got a wheelbarrow full of hate for him. This is Zerafa, says Carl. Yeah, okay. Of course. What's that? They wouldn't pay, yeah. In my opinion, outside of Tim and Nikita, who else does No Limit have? Well, I suppose Sam Goodman, Liam Paro is probably about it, Carl. It's interesting, though, isn't it? They're the biggest promoters in Australia but don't have a world champion yet. So they've had a few at a crack at it, but yeah, it's interesting. All right. Cal Jane Hartman, how long do you think before Nikita and Cohen fight? We're on, I'm thinking about 10:30, Cal. just a hunch. All right. To the comments there. Just where are we? All right. Peter. Spot on about Zerafa being destroyed by Lara, but you need to cash in while you can, and Tim could use Zerafa as an easy tune-up fight going forward. That's a good point, Peter. The only way I see Tim versus Michael is if Tim is unsuccessful against Murtazaliev. That's the only way I see it. I think if he wins that, you think about it. If he beats Murtazaliev, he's got the IBF belt. Then all of a sudden, you have Virgil Ortiz, Terence Crawford, Fundora, maybe Boachok, who knows, but all the top 154 pounders now looking in your direction. Because even the ones that don't get maybe the Crawford sweepstakes, if that's what you want to call them, they're going to look. They're going to look at the next best thing, and they can't all fight Crawford. They can't all fight maybe Sebastian Fundora. So all of a sudden, Tim Tszyu's going to have all those top 154 pounders looking at him. So why would you come back to Australia and fight Michael Zerafa, who outside of Australia is just not even sort of known or rated? Well, he is known. He's known as that guy that got obliterated on that pay-per-view. And I'm not laying the boots into Michael. I'm stating facts. So you talk to boxing fans over there. Oh, that's the guy. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he got belted, didn't he? This is the view of him. So it's only big in Australia. Reynolds sort of giving her good as he's getting at the moment against Pokehorn. Pokehorn's still winning, but so that's the only thing, Peter, that if Tim loses against Murtazaliev, he's going to have to come back to Australia, where too he's going to be completely frozen out of the 154-pound division. As far as those top fights go, he's going to have to work his way back. Excuse me. A bit dry there. Sorry about that. So he's going to come back, and so as I said, he's going to be frozen out of the 154-pound world scene. So what else is there? That's when the Zerafa fight makes complete sense. Big payday, massive pay-per-view here in Australia, gets him back in the scene. Yes, it means nothing internationally, but at least it gets him back in the game. And by that stage, never know who might be available internationally. But if he wins, Zerafa fight ain't happening. Simple as that. No way. I think Billy Pokehorn's winning this fight quite easily, Danny. After round 4 ends, Carl's got Billy 2-0. How you got it now? Oh, geez, how far I'm behind? A couple of rounds behind. Geez, I better get moving. All right. I caught Zerafa making mention of legal process after the Newcastle no-show. Don't rule out Zerafa fighting for no limit to pay back some debt under mediation. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, DJ. It happens. Oh, good right uppercut from Billy Pokehorn and a good left hook from Reynolds. So, I wouldn't rule that out, DJ, because there's contracts in place. And the thing is, what I've said a few times, there were international fighters that came over for that event. So why can't we get someone from Melbourne? There were commentators that flew from Melbourne to Newcastle for that fight. So why couldn't Michael do it? Now, I know there might have been some quarantine or whatever it is afterwards, but so everyone else in the country, no matter where you went, had to quarantine. So I just don't see what the issue was. And it wouldn't surprise me what you're saying there, that No Limit did have legal proceedings, and maybe they have come to an agreement with that there, mate, where he's got to fight on the cards or pay back money or whatever. What's that there, General? I didn't even see your question there, mate. I'm sorry, I missed it. Ask me again. Sorry about that. There's a lot coming through, so apologies for that. Kelly, you give Zerafa too much credit. All right, okay. Can I ask, are you going to keep talking the comments or talk the fight through, or stop watching, or I'll stop watching and just talking to others and either talk the fight? Well, okay, I can give you a bit more commentary. Normally, Cal, I normally just do the commentary for the couple of the main fights, mate. For the undercard, it's going through your comments, talking about what's going on, and then just giving some updates as we go. But if you're after a blow-by-blow commentary, that won't happen until the last 3 fights, mate, which will be after this one. But if you want an update, we're in round number 5 of Pokehorn and Reynolds. 2 minutes to go, and I think Poking Horn's winning. But to answer your question, yes, I will be commenting. Don't worry, or commentating. Are you commenting on fights before the main fight? Yes, I am. Carl Liam Paro signed with No Limit. No, mate. No. He's with Ace Boxing and / Matchroom. Yep. So, all right. So just to clarify, after this fight, I will be doing more of a blow-by-blow analysis. How's that? I'll quickly go through these comments. Who do you have winning out of Wallace and Pampelone? Ooh, tough one. I'm going to stick with Wallace, JJ. I don't think Haney is a good fight for Paro. Haney is way too skilled. Yeah, it's a tough one. General, you're going to be streaming the main event? No. It's an absolute joke. They're charging $70 for this shit when most world title fights are not $70. I get you, General Kai. Is that how you say it there? But can't stream it, mate. I'll be giving commentary. That's the best I can do. Kiwi Reynolds really trying, but Pommy Polk just a bit better. Yep. All right. I'll quickly go through these comments, guys, so I can get ready for the commentary of the next fight, which will be Conor Wallace and Jerome Pampelone. Zerafa is crying over his call to dodge Tim during the CV area. Yep. One has gone forward, the other backward. The only Zoo fight that makes any sense is with Nikita, who's not quite ready for that yet. I agree with you, whatever that is. What's that say? Cynic Alad Very. Okay. All right, I think I've done it. I'm at the end of the comments there, guys. So, no, I've got another one there. All good, mate. All good. So we're into the last bit of round number 5 at the moment, and that is it. The bell rings. Looks like a win to Billy Pokinghorn. Doesn't look like he really raised a sweat there, but a good effort from Reynolds. Good, tough fighter. He's got a bit of bad eye there. And there's Glenn there. All right, so I'll keep going through a few comments in between rounds, in between fights there, guys, but I will commentate the next, attempt to commentate. I'm not a commentator, of course, but attempt to commentate the next 3 fights. So what is it now? 8 o'clock. Is there one? No, sorry, there is one more fight. Sorry, guys, there's one more fight to come. So that'll be over, you would think, by about 8:30. So we're going to have 20 rounds of boxing to get through before the Nikita fight. So it could be 10 o'clock before it's on. All right, Carl, that's what I was saying. Outside of Tim and Nikita, which Aussie stars do No Limit have? Not exactly a big pool of fighters to make dangerous fights. So Rafa and Nikita, I was saying, yeah, okay. Sorry, Carl, I misunderstood that one. No, they haven't really got anyone, have they? Really? Oh, when I said Liam, I meant Liam Wilson. By the way, Liam Wilson and Sam Goodman. Now, Liam's sort of been to the well and hasn't been able to get it done, and you sort of wonder whether he'll get another opportunity. Sam Goodman, well, it looks like he is going to get an opportunity. The problem is it's against Noah in a way. So it's a very, very tough fight for Sam Goodman. But so the odds are, look, you would think that Tim Tszyu gets the win over Murtazali at the end of the year, but geez, nothing is concrete, is it? So they might still have one world champion at the end of the year. We'll see. Wallace Pampelone is the most competitive fight according to the odds, so it should be interesting. I agree, JJ. I think it's probably the best fight on the card. Definitely better than the Zerafa Brown fight, but again, I understand that it's Tszyu versus MAZOUDIER featuring Michael Zerafa, so I get it. Yes, Darren, my Solomon won earlier on. All right, so the decision coming through. 50-45. Looks like all 50-45 for Billy Pokinghorn. So Billy Pokinghorn, unanimous decision, goes to, I think, 3-0 with 1 knockout. All right, guys. Well, yeah, 1 fight to go now. I'm not sure how many rounds the next fight is, but let's hope it's only maybe a 4-rounder. But I think it'll be over by 8:30. So, yeah, you would think that the main event will be on about 10 o'clock. maybe 10:15. All depends on our mate Michael Zerafa, I reckon, how quick he can get Tommy Brown out of there. I got no doubt Pampelone and Connor Wallace is going the distance. That's going to go 12 hard rounds. So I better make sure I've got a fresh glass of cordial for that one, because the throat will be dry commentating 12 rounds of that one. It should be all action. Poking Horn is a bit overhyped in my opinion. Yeah, well, I was just going to say what Carl said. There's only had three pro fights, but yeah, look, I'm with you to some extent there, Paul, that he's been very, very heavily hyped. On one hand, I'm going to say that I agree with Carl that he's only had 3 fights, but on the other hand, I'm probably going to say from the 3 fights I've seen, he's just looked okay. I haven't really seen anything that's made me look and go, wow, this guy's could be anything. He looks like a very solid fighter. I'm sure he's going to be good. I'm sure he's going to go okay. But as I said, I haven't really seen anything that I'm looking at saying, wow, this guy is just sensational. So we'll see. So I'll just put some quickies in there, by the way. What's that? Do you reckon Liam Wilson bumbosis will happen? No, I don't, Mark. I would think that I don't think George Kambosos would see Liam Wilson anywhere near his level, and I don't think he would, in his sort of eyes, lower himself to fight Liam Wilson. I think he sees Liam Wilson as just a bit of an also-ran. He sees himself as an A grader, and I don't think it'll happen. Not at the moment, anyway. I like that bumbosis. All right, garden snake mentality. What do you got there, mate? If Devon scores Paro in Australia like he did Kambosos twice, will he become the biggest villain of all time in Aussie boxing? It's an interesting one, that, because even though he beat George twice, he actually got a quite a good fan base over here, mate. He was very well received. I think he handled himself with class. He didn't come over and badmouth anyone, and I think he got a lot of respect that way. So, yeah, no, I think he'd be okay. I think he's respected. Just looking there, what's going on there? They've got the Canelo fight. I know. UFC, they're actually advertising. UFC Noche, September 15th. So they're going to have 2 pay-per-views that day. Canelo and UFC. Which one are you going to watch? All right, Carl says, if Devon beats Paro, I'm sending my attack kangaroos to the airport to send him off. Who is Opetaia fighting on the Riyadh card? The same card that has now been split. Bivol Beterbiev now moved to ESPN, and Shakur now main event on DAZN. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, DJ. Well, it's Jack Massey. Yeah, sorry, Carl said that there. Yeah, not even in the top 10. I think I said on here before, I had a phone call or a chat with Mick Francis about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he did mention it looked like it was going to be Jack Massey. And I must admit, I went, Jack Massey. Okay, I remember seeing him fight. Who did he fight? Was it Parker? One of those? And I must have been at the time, I thought, gee, that's a bit strange. But at the end of the day, I think they're just happy to be on the card, obviously. But the whole card for me, in general, it doesn't get me excited at all. That's what I said before. If you're in America where you're going to get, I'm not sure whether we're going to get, we probably will have to pay for the card here because it's got Jai and Sky on the card, so they'll probably make us pay for the whole lot. But in America, the Beterbiev and Bivol fight will be free on the app, or free on an app that you subscribe to, but you're not paying any extra for it. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But, yeah, the whole card for me doesn't excite me whatsoever, except seeing our man Jai and, of course, the main event. Double G. Glad you mentioned Troy Waters the other day. In the early 80s, I was a young kid working on our family farm. Like clockwork, 6:30 a.m., the brothers would be jogged past with that prick Sess following in his car. Yeah, geez, you remember that. And then, of course, we had Sess and Dean got charged, I think, didn't they? I'm not sure. I think that they were found innocent from memory. But, yeah, Sess Waters. Yeah, not a nice guy, Double G, but I used to love the Waters, but especially Troy. I remember meeting them. I was only a young kid. They fought in Melbourne. And there was really no one at the arena, and I was with some friends who sort of knew people that knew people, and we got down to pretty much ringside as Durangara Trella gets in the ring against Calvin Jensen. And we got down to pretty much ringside, and I think Dean might have been the main event. So Guy and Troy were sort of sitting, and I got to meet them, and just such lovely guys. Really, really nice guys. All right. Struggling to get opponents. Chris Bill and Smith doesn't want to unify and fight Jai. He's ducking flat out. No shit there, Carl. He doesn't want a piece of Jai. Now, just looking at the hosts of tonight's pay-per-view. We've got Megan Barnard. Now, she's a host. That's okay. She's not really there to know a lot about boxing. She's just there to, host, to be the lovely host they do these days. All the football codes seem to have it, and I think it's great. But they've got Jonathan Brown, who I'm a big fan of Jonathan Brown, as a footballer, as one of the hosts of the show. And then, mate, Peter Bedell as the expert analyst. So, work that one out. So Barry Michael, you're out. No Jeff Fennick, he's out. We're going to get a footballer who's just a fan of boxing, Jonathan Brown, to be co-host, and Peter Bedell, who writes about numerous sports and just skims the surface when it comes to boxing. He's going to be our expert analyst for the night. So, I don't know. All right. Sadly, at the time, no one knew the sheer hell those boys and the sisters were going through. Yeah, I'm with you there, mate. If you don't know about the Waters brothers, of course, Troy, unfortunately, no longer with us. Was it cancer, leukemia, or something like that anyway, but just an absolute warrior. Just one of those old-fashioned guys. You remember, he used to wear the pink trunks. Nothing flash about him. He just, what they call him, the glamour with the hammer, I think they used to call him. It's that Ray Connolly used to call him, but just a lovely, lovely guy, and he could fight. Dean was just a battler. Guy was probably a mix of the two of them, to be honest. Nowhere near the talent of Troy, but still good enough to get himself a world title shot, and lost that to Dennis Andrews. Yeah, Carl, he certainly was a weapon, mate. Certainly was. Who can forget that fight with Terry Norris? Wow. Yeah, Guy Waters, Jeff Harding, another All-Aussie fight we never got. Keep them coming, guys. I might do a video on that. Yeah, I had really big hearts for sure, mate. Ooh, DJ. Name your number one prospect this year so far. Is this in Australia? I was going to say Alex Winwood because he only had 4 fights, but he's now fighting for a world title. Good question. Is Paulo Alcuso still a prospect? I just think he's the next big thing, Paulo Alcuso. I'm a bit worried about his promotional setup though. Well, I think tonight Jazzy Parr was good. I'd like to see her maybe fight Taylor Robinson. I'm just trying to think. Apart from Alex Winwood, I just got stuck in my head, who I've just thought is a brilliant young fighter. Probably, I'll have a think about it, DJ. Let me come back to you, mate. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Will? Sorry, mate. Sorry about that. I had lasagna before, and I had to woof it down, and it's given me a bit of heartburn, so sorry about that, William. Forgot that I'm right on top of the microphone. All right. Bedell is a shit rugby league journo, let alone boxing scrub. Well, I don't know nothing about him, Paul. I just go by what I see in the boxing circles, and he just states the obvious. I want to see with an analyst. Just got the Taylor tape up there too, guys. Trella and Jensen. 22 is Trella. 21 is Jensen. Very similar attributes, physical attributes. I'll let you know as we get going here. But yeah, I don't know anything about him, mate. All I can judge him on is the boxing side of things, and it's not great. It's not great. All right, Jeff Harding, Dennis Andrews. One was a war. Hitman was my favourite fighter growing up. Well, he was my favourite for a while too, Carl. Who can forget that fight with Dennis Andrews? I was jumping around as how old would I have been? 15? I think I was 15. Actually, I reckon it might have been on my 16th birthday. It might have been. It was around that weekend. I remember it was my birthday. It was late June, and I just remember he had the blood streaming from the eyes. He hadn't barely won a round and come out in the last round and got the job done. Just amazing. Treasured memories of Troy, tough as nails. The American fans loved him. Certainly did. Well, we had, wasn't just a Terry Norris fight. It was the Simon Brown, Felix Trinidad fights as well. So, and he beat. I remember he stopped Robert Wangila as well, the Olympic gold medalist. Evan, people saying Stringer got robbed. Is that true? The sounds that is the case there, Evan. Now, Trella, Durangara just got introduced, so both boys in centre ring at the moment. Neither boy, there's not much of them. They're now I'm 175. Turangara is 185, and he only weighs, I think, about 60-something kilos. Wow. Yep, Alex Winwood. Yeah, Nikita, I suppose, yep. If Lasagna can do that to you, then I hate to know. Oh, you just go away, Jack. As we go into round one. Now, Jack. What's that? I hate to know what Jack Higgins did. Oh, was there a game on Sunday? I don't remember watching it, Jack. Let's just say, Jack, as we get into round number 1 of 6 here with Trella and Jensen. I'll just mention this once, Jack. On Sunday, mid-afternoon, you were officially out of the gang. You were out. But then about 3 hours later, with Port Adelaide, who I know you work with, after that game, you were back in. So welcome back to the pack, to the gang, Jack. But for about 3 hours, you were out. You were on your own. All right, so round number 1. Almost got through my quickies here, guys, so apologies for the sound effects. Brendan Bradford, okay, works for News Limited. I prefer him on the coverage. I'd love to get, I know Barry's here somewhere. I did hear him earlier, maybe just commentary. I'd love to get Jeff Fennick back. Surely there's got to be someone out there, surely. There's a good question there. All right, what's happened with Brock Jarvis? He's been training, what's that, Sini Kaladveri? He's been training. Looks like he's in good nick, but no fight announcement just yet. All right, so halfway through round number 1, Trella has started very fast, come out on the front foot, and Jensen's actually held himself okay. Jensen southpaw, Trella the orthodox fighter. I've never heard of Jensen before, but he's holding himself up quite well in this fight. What was his record? I haven't got it there. I think he might have been 1-0. But, yeah, not a bad start to the fight. What's that there, DJ? Does Tim need to fight the most elite southpaws you can find to properly prepare for a Bud fight in the future? Yeah, maybe. Bud tends to switch a bit, though, doesn't he? So, good start in this first round. We've got 45 seconds to go in round number 1. Trella coming forward. Jensen in the southpaw stance just to box carefully. Has had some success, but looks like Trella so far is doing enough to win this round. Now, I think Trella is related to Anthony Mundine from memory. Let me know if that is correct. With that, I just wanted to take you on a journey. Thanks, Jack. You're just lucky you're back in the gang, mate. And come on, Jack. We had a VFL team in and you still barely beat us, so come on. All right, Double G. Don't forget Troy Waters versus Gianfranco Rossi as well. In Italy too, it was Double G, 1989 for the IBF belt. I remember getting up at about 5 in the morning to go watch that fight at one of the local pubs that used to sponsor us, and they let us in at 5 or 6. No, it might have been about 7 o'clock in the morning. We went to watch that fight. So into round number 1, not a bad round actually. I think Trella won the round, but Jensen not too bad at all. Yeah, the crowd behind Trella, that's for sure, Carl. It is in Sydney, of course. Can you can you say Trella's first name, please, mate? All right, is it Durangara? Darren Gurra, Trella. It's a bit of a mouthful. Carl, mate, I struggle with all the Russian names and Thai names and you name it. I struggle. Japanese names. Struggle with my own name sometimes, but... All right, so end of round number 1 as we get up for round number 2. And Darren Gurra, Trella, first up after winning the first round, you would think. So round number 2. Let me know if I got that right there, Carl. Darren Gurra. All good. Cynical. Very cynical. Okay. Cynical lad. Okay, good stuff. All right. So Trella coming forward again. What is it? So about 20 past 8. We're in the round number 2. We've got 30 rounds to go after this one. Nice little sneaky uppercut from Trella, almost gets through. Yeah, thanks, Carl. Even when I watch the boxing telecast, I try and rehearse the names. I still can't get it right, so I don't know. All right. So Jensen now coming forward, again in that southpaw stance. And seems to get a little bit more confidence. So a nice back job of tattoos he has too. The Trella looks the goods. He looks very, very sharp. Very sharp. And that very rangy as well. As I said at the start, there's not much of him. Thanks, Julian. Darren Gurra, thank you. Good to see Sean Porter out here in Australia too. Not a bad commentator. Though I think he looks at it, geez, there's a big deal being made of some fighters I've never heard of out here. So Trella coming forward. Not a lot happening in this round. Good trunks, Trella though. Silver with orange. You don't sort of see orange too much. Just trying a little bit too hard at the moment, and Jensen makes him pay, makes him miss, and then came back with a good combination. Minute to go in round number 2. Yeah, he looks sharp, Carl, that's for sure. And I think I'm pretty impressed with Jensen as well. As I said, I've never sort of heard of him before, but he's only had the one fight, I think, from memory. But Trella, yeah, looks good. He does take a left hand there, though. He got a little bit careless and wore a straight left hand from Jensen. Just needs to be a little bit patient, I think. He's just sort of rushing a little bit, and Jensen's picking him off. I get that sometimes on these cards. You want to impress you on national TV, pay-per-view, all that sort of stuff, but he needs to be careful. Definitely looks to have it over Jensen, though. He's boxed pretty well. As we come into the end of round number 2. Wore a hook, but lands a right. Some good punches being landed by both guys at the moment. That's the end of round number 2. Another round for Darren Gurra, Trella. And here's an interview with our main man, Michael Zerafa. Says he's taken the fight very seriously. Catch weight, 71.5. Which is 157.3. So he's been training very hard. Going to make a statement. Heard him early. That seems to be the aim of Michael Zerafa. All right. Yep, Bud can switch here too. Certainly can, Carl. All right. Round number 3 of 6. You would think that Trella's won both of the first 2 rounds. Yeah, I thought Jensen was okay that round. I thought, a lot of it was from Trella playing into his hands by coming forward and being a little bit careless. If I was in his corner, I'll be saying to Trella, okay, mate, you've got him done for speed, power, ability. Just be careful. Do your thing, use your jab, set it up, and then let the punches flow after that. what's that? Cynical lad. But he's a natural at Southpaw. He only went orthodox from an injury, spending more and more time at Southpaw now. Yeah, he is cynical lad. Yep. I doubt that's going to happen, Carl. I mean, it's an 8-week turnaround. Murtazaliev is not going to be an easy fight, so I cannot see how that's going to be an 8-week turnaround. All right, 1 minute into round number 3. And a very skillful fight, I will say. It hasn't been the most entertaining as far as action goes, but two really skilled young fighters. And Jensen, you can see, just balking Trella, trying to get him to punch so he can counter, but Trella just seems like he's a bit too quick and is beating him to the punch at the moment. Don't forget, guys, there's what have we got, 80-something watching at the moment. Just hit the subscribe button. I think we're at 1,500 and something last time. Let's have a look. Where are we at? Where are we? Oh, there you go. I'm on live. Okay, we've got... Doesn't say. Of course it doesn't. Oh, there you go. We've got about another 20 subscribers since we've been on here. So thanks to everyone that has joined in. All right. Minute to go in round number 3. And Trella is really starting to pick the pace up here. And Jensen just having a little bit of trouble going with him at the moment. And Trella looks like he's the confidence has risen. A lot more confident now. But he has to be careful. Yep, it's been a good fight so far. So we're an hour and a half into the telecast at the moment. And after this fight, we've got 30 rounds to go. So it's about 3 hours. Yeah, so it could be a late one, guys. I think we're going to have to rely on Michael to do the right thing by us tonight and have an early night. We'll see. I find it hard to believe Lubin has already had his chance. Yeah, well, if I was Tim, I wouldn't be rushing into it. I'd just be focusing on Murtazaliev at the moment. And then maybe looking at Terence Crawford early next year. I wouldn't be worried about Lubin there, Carl. All right, end of round number 3. Another good round for Darangara Trella, who definitely looks like he has some ability, no doubt about that. Trained by Tony Delvecchio, who's a very good trainer. Just telling him to get those hands up after punching. All right, fight stats. Jensen's, what is he? He's landed 51 of 158. Sorry, I forgot. I didn't get to see Trella's there, but let's just say he's landed a lot more. MAZOUDIER in his change rooms doing a little bit of meditation at the moment. Got the eyes closed there, just thinking about things. He's about 2 hours away or maybe an hour and a half or something away from jumping into the ring. So his hands are taped, ready to go. Someone's just said, mate, you're on TV. He's having a bit of a smile about it all. Julian, remember Wilf Jensen, one of there's any relation. He was a gun, Julian, was Wilf Jensen. I'm staggered that he didn't get to go to the Olympics in 84. He was a very, very good fighter, Wilf Jensen. I think he trained at Footscray from memory with Bo Gehring and Spencer Driver. Very, very good fighter. A different Jensen, by the way. You can see there, Jensen, Jensen. Wilf Jensen was Getz. Jensen. Tommy, Lubin fight doesn't get me excited. I hope this is Lubin pushing for the fight while Tim Tszyu looks elsewhere. Yeah, I'm not particularly excited by it, Tommy. All right, so we're a minute into round number 4. And again, not the most action-packed start to the round, but been a very technical fight. And I'm not too stressed about all action fights. I don't mind technical fights sometimes. What's that, Peter? So Zerafa's up in 2 fights, mate. So this is round number 4 of 6 of Trella and Jensen. Next we have Connor Wallace and Jerome Pampelone, which is a 12-rounder. So we could be about at least 10 o'clock before we see Zerafa on, mate. So we'll see. Is that Cook Island Carl? I like Honey's battle. Yeah, I forgot about Justice. Battle hardened in only 10 fights. Pound for pound, top 10 fighter in Oz. Yeah, I agree. I think I had him in my top 10. Cook, or Carl, sorry. I think I had him in there. All right, so I've got a minute to go around number 4. Jensen, he's doing okay. He's doing okay. It's just that Trella is just continually just beating to the punch. Lands a nice straight right hand there. Straight down the middle. There's a double jab and a right hand. Look, I've been impressed by Jensen's toughness, I suppose. What's that, Carl? Have you met Leonard Albee? Seems like a complete flog and full of self-importance from the outside. Yes, strangely enough, I did meet him, Carl, along with the Maloney twins. We were in, I think we were there for Canelo and Triple G, the first fight. And Leonard Albee was having dinner in a restaurant at the MGM, and we walked past, and actually he was having dinner with the late, great Bob Sheridan, Colonel Bob Sheridan, the commentator. And I think the boys might have known Colonel Bob from some promotions they'd done. But Willing here too, by the way. Jensen just landed a good right hook at the end of round number 4. And they went up and spoke to Colonel Bob, and we all got photos with Leonard Albee. But I don't know, just as they do, mate. He was pop starring with all his mates there and letting everyone know how important he was. But he was nice enough to us. Trella needs to keep his hands up. Yeah, he just comes in a little bit open, doesn't he? And he's open to counters as well. So after he's punching, he just doesn't get those hands up quick enough, I don't think. All right, so the fight stats, Jensen 75 of 223, Trella 76 of 282. So landed is pretty close. But I don't know, I think Trella's more than done enough to win the round so far. Yeah, top Victorian fighter, Wolf Jensen. He was a very, very good fighter. Massey is a good fight for Jai, and he went the distance with Parker. Yep, that's right. He did too. I think he'll be tough. I don't really give him a chance of beating Jai Pete, but no, he'll be a good fight for Jai to maybe get a good 12 rounds under his belt. All right, we're going to round number 5. And it's now Jensen coming forward. Probably realises he needs to at least win the last 2 rounds to have any chance of winning this fight. But another great night of fights up there. Looks like good crowd. I think it's actually sold out from memory, what they said. Yeah, he did, Carl. He did lose to Richard Riapor. Styles make fights, as they say, though. I think he'll be tough. I think he'll give Jai a good 12 rounds, but I don't think he's got any hope of beating Jai. All right, so a minute into round number 5, and both guys exchanging jabs. Jensen just misses a counter left hand there that just got the whiskers of Trella. Look, it's been a good fight. It's not exactly Hagler Hearns, let me say, but it's been a good technical fight by 2 young prospects. He's got a good jab when he uses it, Trella. He just doesn't use it enough. I actually think Jensen might be winning this round, probably his first one, but he's boxed pretty well. Spearing out or popping out that jab. I don't like Trella. There's a low blow from Jensen and gets a warning. I don't like Trella leading with a right hand. He sort of, especially against the southpaw, because he's getting countered with a left hand in return. So a minute to go around number 5. Left hand land from Jensen. It's a good round from him, I think, this round. Very busy. And Trella, just for the first time, looks just a little gassed. He's still poking out that jab, but I think that Jensen's had a pretty good round. Oh, uppercut lands from Jensen. Good shot. Left uppercut straight up the middle. Started to get some action now. with 30 seconds to go in round number 5. Yeah, good call there, Carl. He is feigning a lot better. And as I said, he's feigning, and Trella leads with the right hand, and he's just getting countered with left hands. I think Trella's probably won 4 of the 5, but good round from Jensen. Good little side steps as well, which is making Trella just have second thoughts as well. And Trella actually just looking a little bit frustrated, a little bit desperate at the moment, and that's why he got caught a little bit as well. But that's the end of round number 5, so 1 round to go. So, look, I think Trella would have to get knocked out the last round to lose, but who knows? And Delvecchio just telling him to double the jab and then throw the right hand afterwards. Referee says, make sure you touch gloves. It's a good arena. I went up there for Tim Tszyu's fight with Dwight Ritchie, the late Dwight Ritchie, back in 2019, and it's a really good venue for boxing. Good atmosphere. It's sort of one-sided. You've got one big grandstand, and then you've got the crowd around the ring, and that's about it. But, it was a really good atmosphere up there. All right, the boys touch gloves for round number 6, and off we go. Asking Sean Porter who he has in front. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure he said Trella. But Jensen has done very well in the last couple of rounds. So, look, you never know. Who knows? We might get a draw. I don't know. But I'm not sure he's done enough to win the fight, Jensen. But, good right hand from Trella lands. Hey, Bob. How you doing there, mate? Hope you're well too. So, yeah, not a bad fight this has turned out to be. As I said, I think Trella's done enough to win, but look, who knows? I thought that Knight had done enough against Stringer as well, and he did get the win, but I was in the minority again. I didn't watch the whole fight. I was sort of going back and forth, but yeah, this is interesting. I'm not sure whether Sean Porter said he thought Jensen was winning. It'd have to be Trella, surely. Although Jensen having another good final round. Left hand and a right hook lands. Trella misses a right uppercut and gets tagged with a counter left. I think he loves the trips down under, Carl. What's he do, about 4 or 5 a year, doesn't he? I think he's here for about 3 days and goes home. So Jensen having a good last round. Trella looks like he's struggling with fatigue in the last minute and in 20 seconds. Who knows? This could be a draw if Jensen's picked up an early round. Anything's possible. You would think that the A side would probably get it, but right hand from Trella. But Jensen, I think, so far has done enough to win the round. Yeah, he has, Carl. He's giving his all. Trella coming on a little bit in the last 45 seconds, but I think this last round's pretty much up for grabs. If Jensen wins it, who knows, you might pull out a draw. 30 seconds to go. Not really a stream, Bob, but it's me commentating on the fight. It's the best I can do. All right, so we've got... Oh, there you go. Okay, Porter's Jensen up by a round. Yeah, thanks, JJ. I can't really hear what they're saying. Is that right? Had him up by a round. I still think Trella's done enough, but again, who knows? 10 seconds to go in the fight. I think Jensen's won this round. I'm still going to... Look, I think I'm going to go and say it's a draw. I think it's going to be a draw. I think Trella, won, at least 3, at least. But Sean Porter said that Jensen's got it. Well, there you go. Trella definitely thinks he's won the fight. Yeah, not a bad call there, Carl. Trella struggles with southpaws. Yep. Well, we had the Stringer getting the broken heart in the last fight. Are we going to see Jensen getting a broken heart in this one? Yep. Thanks, Carl. I've got it a draw too, mate. Yep. I thought in the first couple of rounds it was just going to be how far Trella, but credit to Jensen. I think what you got to look at is Trella threw a lot more punches, but Jensen seemed to really pick his marks and pot shot a little bit more. Yeah, Paul, I think a draw would be fair too. Just don't be surprised though if the home fighter wins it in Trella. What's that there, Mark? Did you really work at Area 51? Okay, fill us in. All right, so we await the decision. Carl Jensen, Darren Gara, Trella. Great fight. All right, so what's that? Porter said that Jensen was up 1 in the middle of the 6th before he scores the 6th. Okay, interested to see how he scored it. Let's go to the judges' scorecards, guys. Here we go. Round of applause for both fighters. Good stuff. Here we go. 3 judges. 58-56, all 3 cards for Darren Gara Trella. Wins the fight 58-56 on all 3 scorecards. So 4 rounds to 2 on all scorecards. And to his credit, Carl Jensen took the decision in his stride, shrugged the shoulders, congratulated Trella, and is now just got out of the ring. So well done to Carl Jensen. I think he'll get some other fights. Now, why is everyone hanging it on Bob Lazar here? Am I missing something? All right, robbery, says Carl. As I said, mate, don't be surprised. Just going back and forth and doing a little bit of commentary. I probably had it 4-2 as well, but I thought maybe a draw. But, yeah, good effort by, House Fighter, all right, Paul. Look, it was an even fight. I'm not going to argue with the decision. What's that, Julian? At least Jack has the courage to fight Jai. Yep, Willem Smith seems to be ducking. Yeah, not seeming to be ducking Julian. He is ducking. Doesn't even mention his name in interviews. Yeah, well, it's been a couple tonight, Carl. Some favourable judging. Porter scored at a draw. Okay, so he gave the last round to Trella by the looks of things. Now, what's the jersey he's got on there? It's a soccer one, isn't it? Is that the Sydney side, I think? I don't like anything black and red, if I'm being honest. Being a Carlton man, an Essendon a black and red. Most despised colours. Quick bit of trivia for you. Or not trivia, but a quick little note. I hate Essendon with a passion, and Collingwood and everyone else. The trunks I first wore in my first ever fight as a 10-year-old were red and black, if you can believe that. And guess what the colour of my trunks were in my second fight? Black and white. Crazy. I don't know what I was thinking. I should be banned from being a supporter of Carlton. Who you got the next one? I think I'm going to stick with Connor, Carl, but geez, not with a lot of confidence. I don't know how famous you are, Mark. I wouldn't have a clue. Bob Lazar. Hang on. Where's my phone? Do I have to Google it? I don't get out much. Oh, okay. Sorry. Bob Lazar supposedly worked at Area 51 reverse engineering UFOs. I just couldn't think of a better username. Okay. Thanks, Bob. Quick hit the likes. Thanks, Carl. Alex, did you see Voss and his citizens arrest in Hawthorne? I did. Actually, quick one from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Don't know about a live stream. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Or Chitty Bang Bang, sorry. This is a watch-along. So it's all of us boxing fans watching the fights. Or if you haven't got it, it's you watching me watching the fights. Sorry I can't stream it for you, mate. I did, Alex. What a man. What a man we've got as a coach. Vossi. Super Vossi. If you didn't know, this is the coach of Carlton. He was in Hawthorne in Melbourne yesterday getting his coffee. 2 underage people or youths or whatever you might want to call them in a stolen Mercedes. They come around the corner, rolled the car, went to make a run for it, and Vossi, with coffee in hand, has given chase and nabbed one of the offenders. So would have been quite funny to see the coach of Carlton running after two car thieves. What's that? Cook Island? Oh, hang on. Darren says Connor Wallace. Yep. I'm not from Melbourne or Victoria, but they do love the boxing, which you love to see. Cheers, bro. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it, mate. All right, I'm going to have to look at it. Bob Lazar, give me a look. Is it Lazar or Laser? Hang on. So in case you don't know as well out there, let me... Okay. Is an American conspiracy theorist. In 1989, Lazar claimed to have been part of a classified US government project concerned with the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology. There you go. All right. So Pampelone on his way to the ring. Yeah, I don't know any links there, guys. I'm sorry. You're going to have to put up with me. But yeah, of course, you should know. I can't show the fight. Of course I can't. You might be able to slightly hear it in the background, but I can't show it. Can't do it. Yeah, it is Carl, IBF Eliminator. Voss learned to tackle because he grew up in Queensland. Yeah, he's a proud Queenslander, Paul. We love Vossi. What a player he was. Absolute machine. Oh, okay. I forgot that Pampelone's trained by Mr. Peach Boxing. Let's see if he's got shoes on tonight or he's got the thongs. We'll see. And you said good fight. Trella did enough for me to get the W this fight. There should be a lit. I agree. And Connor Wallace, what a personality he is, with Steve Della and Luke Meldon in the corner. Spoke to Steve a couple of weeks ago. He's a good man. He's out there though. He's definitely got a sense of humour. Make no mistake about that. What's that? Not to share. I can't share any links there, mate. I have no idea about that. No offence, each to their own, but I'd love to see Zerafa shut up once and for all. KO, please. No worries, Cal. Noble Neville, how many goals will Carlton get beaten by in Brisbane next week? I think at least 9. Now, come on, Neville. Be nice, mate. We did actually beat them up there this year in round number 1. So the problem is telling people who you barrack for. They always get stuck into you. But look, it's going to be tough, Neville. I won't lie. It's going to be very, very tough. Let's hope we get a few players back and be competitive. I'm just happy we made the finals, mate. Got to be in it to win it. So, what's that? Oh, you got the Lions up next, Lyndon. Good luck with that. Yeah, we're up against it, Carl. Well, the Brisbane Lions, they haven't been overly sort of dominant in the last few weeks. I think they beat Essendon last week, but who doesn't? And they lost the 2 games before that, so we'll be right. Voss was good in the 2001 grand final. Smashed the Dons. Yeah, that's why I love him too, Alex. Smash the Dons. Tommy needs to have the fight of his life to get a win here, to be honest. Not going to happen, Carl. I think we know that. As Connor Wallace gets in the ring. Now, Carl, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Surely. Come on. You're a boxing man. You know what's going to happen. Zerafa's going to absolutely wipe Tommy Brown out, and he'll jump up on the top rope. Say he's ready for Canelo. Don't worry about Tim. He's going to be ready for Canelo. He's going to beat the chest. And he's going to grab the microphone and yell that he wants Tim, he wants Nikita, he wants all the smoke, he wants Canelo, he wants Better Beav or Bivol. You know that's going to happen, don't you? Surely. All right, Julian, funny stories. My cousin Rod Bowman. Okay, he's a great boxer back in the day, Rodney Bowman. He was superstitious when he was boxing, bronze medalist, Com Games in Canada. I remember him, Julian. He was a very, very good fighter. I remember, I was a little bit young, but I remember people talking about Rod Bowman's win over Lester Ellis. It was an amateur fight, but it was almost as anticipated as Lester's fight with Barry Michael. So I I remember in our gym in Benio, there was a photo on the wall of Rodney Bowman beating Lester Ellis as a kid. Lester was about 15 years of age at the time, but it was a big, big fight in Melbourne. I remember his dad, Max Bowman, as well, was a very, very good trainer as well. So, Mark, come on. We didn't do a Stephen Bradbury. We're in the 8 for every single week bar one. So, come on. Give us a little bit of credit. Fremantle lost their last 4 games. Doesn't matter when you win the games, it's if you win them. And as I said, we were in the 8 for every single week bar one. So we deserve to be there. All right. It cost a bag for a pub to put the fights on these days. Hard to make it back. Well, funny you should say that, cynical lad. Connor Wallace being introduced. I'll get to the fights in a sec. I've got bottle shops and we're taking a new one on soon and it's got a pub attached. And we didn't want the pub, but we have to take it because it's part of the general license. So we've got it. So I thought I'd put a little sports bar inside the pub and just open it maybe 3 or 4 days a week just to pay the way. And I spoke to my Foxtel guy, $2,500 a month to have Foxtel on. That's 4 channels, $2,500. Now, we're going to have the fights on. For instance, tonight, this fight would cost anywhere between $700 and $1,200 to have on. UFC, $1,000 to put on. You think on a Sunday afternoon at a pub, a small little pub, $1,000 to put up, you're going to make money back, plus wages and everything else? I don't know how people afford it. I really don't. All right. So Bradbury's gold medal is worth the same as anyone. Good stuff, Hanoi. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Connor Wallace, Jerome Pampelone. Pampelone takes centre ring. Connor Wallace on the outside, southpaw stance. Very nice trunks he's got on there. The Irish orange, green, and white. This is going to be a very, very good fight too. Very, very skilled fighters. Both on the cusp of world title shots, or more so Connor Wallace at the moment. Yes, Carl, $2,500 before you buy the fights, that is. And it's an extra $1,000. Needless to say, the Saudi Arabia cards I wouldn't be getting. There's no one going to be there at 3 o'clock in the morning, you wouldn't have thought. All right, so 45 seconds into round number 1. Pampelone coming forward. Connor Wallace just happy just to be on the outside, just pouring with his lead right hand. Does have that chin a little bit high up in the air for me, if I'm being honest, about Connor Wallace, but it hasn't mattered yet because he's got most of his opponents out of there. But Jerome Pampelone has shown that he can punch. And he is coming forward. He does land a right hand that just grazed the chin of Wallace, who comes back with a left hand that just misses as well. Pampelone goes to the body. So evenly matched, these two guys. This could easily be a main event, by the way. And comes back with a nice little right hand, does Connor Wallace. Good first round, halfway through. And Pampelone definitely putting on the pressure. Tough round to score so far. Connor Wallace says, I've been punched on the back of the head. Pampelone gets warned. And the boys touch gloves and we're back into it with a minute to go in round number 1. And now it's Connor Wallace who starts to come forward. Good first round so far. Very tall fighter too, Connor Wallace. Very rangy with that lead right hand. And Pampelone pinning Connor Wallace on the ropes at the moment, letting fly. And Connor Wallace comes back with a nice little combination there. They don't have KO for commercial properties, Hanoi. If you want football and access to boxing and main event, it has to be Foxtel. And I'm not going to risk illegally streaming it because I will get caught, no doubt. And Connor Wallace lands a couple of good left hands with 20 seconds to go. And now he comes forward. I think he's done enough to almost pinch the round here, Connor. 10 seconds to go, round number 1. Good finish to the round from Connor Wallace. Pampelone had a good start to the round without landing a lot of meaningful punches. But look, I'm going to give that round to Connor Wallace. I think if he really had to come down to it, he's got thongs on. Mr. Peach, he's got the thongs on. Yeah, look, tough round to score, but I just thought Connor Wallace, of any effective punches that were thrown or landed, I think they were from Connor Wallace. Pampelone threw some bombs, but not really anything got through. A lot of them on the gloves. Just watching the replay now, he threw a lot of punches while he had him on the ropes, but didn't see any land at all, both or all of them on the gloves and elbows. And I thought at the end of the round, Connor Wallace landed a couple of good left hands. What's that? Gotcha, Hanoi. Is that a streaming service, is it? It's hard to get away with not going through the proper sources, mate. I remember back in the day when we used to have a pub years ago, before you were able to get Foxtel. No, were you? I'd just been bringing it out, and I bought a couple of videos in from home and put it on the video recorder, and that day, 2 Foxtel people came in and caught me red-handed. So, all right, round number 2 of 12 for the IBF Light Heavyweight World Title Eliminator. But aren't all fights eliminators? So Pampelone coming forward. I think if the fight goes into the later rounds, as Pampelone again pins Connor Wallace on the ropes. Oh, that right hand, and a couple of good punches getting through there from Pampelone. You just think as the rounds go on, that Connor Wallace you'd think would be the fresher. Pampelone did gas a little bit in his last fight, I thought, against Zinad. That's right, cynical lad. It does. Nice left hand from Connor Wallace, lands straight down the pipe. And, geez, both having the moments. So now Connor Wallace coming forward, Pampelone on the back foot. Looked like he was looking at the ref there. I'm not quite sure what was happening there, but... And he misses a left hook. Nice, sharp punches. Oh, 2 right hands land from Pampelone, one after the other. I was just about to say a good left hand from Connor Wallace. I don't like the fact that chin is up in the air because Pampelone can punch. Thanks, Hanoi. Sorry, mate. Yeah, cynical. Yep, takes a lot of punters gulping pots, lots of pots to pull that back. Yep. When you're paying $8 or $9 for a pot these days, mate, who can afford to drink? All right, so 1:20 to go in round number 2. And Connor Wallace busy, but takes another right hand from Pampelone. And now Pampelone pins him on the ropes again. Big bombs being thrown by both these guys. Good fight so far. 1 to go in round number 2. Good punches. Left hand lands from Connor Wallace. He just seems to love the battle. Now Connor Wallace comes forward. Good punches landed there from Connor Wallace on the ropes. They're getting warned. I'm not quite sure what the referee was warning him there for. Good fight so far. Connor Wallace on the toes, poking out the lead. And already, I think, it might just be me, but I think already Pampelone showing signs of fatigue. Connor Wallace still looks fresh as a daisy. Yeah, I agree there, Carl. This is the thing, Carl. Andy, I was going to say. Pampelone definitely searching for the early stoppage, but he's not going to get it against Connor Wallace. If Connor Wallace is patient, I see him getting on top as the fight goes on. Already, Pampelone just looks a little bit all over the shop. Look, I'm going to give Pampelone that round only because of his work early on. Connor Wallace did come back to some extent, but I think a round each would probably be more than fair, I would think. Yeah, it is, Carl. I just thought, look, I think just a round each. No matter how you look at it, I think a round each is fair. What's that? Albie Mangles. I have the names in the chat tonight. Is it classified as an international contest? Northern Ireland versus England. Well, they haven't really mentioned that, Albie. It's interesting, isn't it? We've got an Irishman fighting a New Zealand-based Pommy on a Australian No Limit pay-per-view. Yeah. So the fight stats come up there. Sorry, I missed them then. Better Bivol. I have Bivol, Julian. I think he can do the job against Better Beav. Wouldn't be surprised if Better Beav gets the win, but I'm going to back Bivol to win that fight. All right. Round number 3. And Pampelone comes forward again. He seems intent on getting Conor Wallace out of there. I don't think it's a good strategy at all, especially in a 12-round fight. Because Conor Wallace is durable. Yes, his chin might be up there, but he's durable, he's fit. Good fight so far. And now Pampelone on the defensive. Conor Wallace coming forward, probing out that jab. Looks like he's looking for that straight left or the left uppercut. Yeah, Albie, we do claim Conor Wallace as an Aussie. He's definitely taken some shots, but he's also landed some good shots. And both of these guys are taking turns in centre ring and dominating. Now it's Conor Wallace's turn. And he does look a lot more, a nice little left to the body and a left hand to the head from Conor Wallace. Nice shots. I'm not sure when the steam is going to go out of this one because so far it's just been at a pretty frantic pace. But Pampelone's mouth is wide open at the moment and we're only halfway through round number 3. So maybe the strategy was to try and just go for it early and then hang on for dear life if it doesn't go our way. But Conor Wallace showing patience now, coming forward, landing some nice little counter shots on from the outside. Yeah, Albie, I hang shit on Peach Boxing about his thongs, but always brings his guys prepared, no doubt about it. What's that, Hannah? I went to a Northcote pub on Saturday night, 2 pots of a random fruity pale ale, $19. Wow, that's crazy. Pots as well, not pints or anything. Jeez. All right, so a minute to go, round number 3. Uppercut in close from Conor Wallace. I don't like throwing the shot uppercuts straight up the middle when you're in between the shoulders. I mean, you're always open yourself up to straight punches. Carl, he lives in Queensland. That's Conor Wallace. Yep, lives in the Fortitude Valley. Albie, how good was Malexander? Yeah, he was good. He was good against Bivol as well. Had his moments. Would be a good test for a Kuso. I think the fight would be a Kuso and Conor Wallace at some stage. Would be Ripper. Look, so I think Conor Wallace has been very effective this round. 20 seconds to go. Again, Pampelone looks gassed. Mouth wide open. Starting to really wing his punches as well. And I think Conor Wallace so far boxing very, very well. And I think he's won this round. And a good little finish to the round by Conor Wallace. Good little mini little flurry in there. So, yeah, he has, Carl. Yep. So, look, I gave that round to Conor Wallace as well. And I've got him winning, winning 29 to 28 at the moment. And is it just me or the peach is the tattoos on the head? I'm not sure he's had those in the past. Maybe he's had a hat on or something. I don't know. But he's got a head full of tattoos. Is that right, Kirsten? Fun fact, Fortitude Boxing Gym was opened by Joe Fraser. Well, Steve Della up there, Kirsten, he's an absolute legend, isn't he? I just look at the fight stats. Pampelone's landed 41 of 111. Wallace has landed 38 of 168. So Pampelone has landed more shots. Wallace has thrown more shots. More so body shots too. Pampelone's landed 20 to 4. So maybe it's not the way I thought. I, as I said, I've got Conor Wallace winning 2 rounds to 1. He did, Carl. Conor, his only loss was against Letty. Big upset, and he got him out. It was a great knockout or stoppage in the. It was a knockout, I think it was. Good stoppage anyway in the rematch. Well, Joe Fraser was out here for some appearances, Carl. So it doesn't seem out of the realm of being correct. So Pampelone has come out swinging in round number 4. He seems to do this. He starts really fast and then tends to fade as the round goes on. Conor Wallace being smart. I think he's worked out this is the game plan. Boxer smart for the first pick, lets Pampelone gas, and then he comes on hard at the end of the round, which is a good strategy. So Pampelone, what are we? Nearly a minute into round number 4 as the mouth guard comes out for Conor Wallace. Pampelone goes to the neutral corner. Yep. I'm not a big one for allowing him to put it back in and wash it. I know there's nothing untoward going on, but I just think if you lose your mouth guard, stiff shit. Get it at the end of the round. Especially when it's being used as a tactic by fighters that are under duress or tired or whatever. All right, so Pampelone continues to come forward. Kind of Wallace snaps out that lead right hand, I should say. And you would think, what are we, halfway through round number 4? You would think that about now that Conor Wallace would start picking up and try and steal the round again. Steve is great, trained there years ago before it got burned down and had to move. Yeah, he's moved a couple of times, unfortunately, Kirsten, and he was absolutely shattered when the original gym burnt down. So we've got a minute and 10 seconds to go in round number 4, and now, as expected, Conor Wallace starts to come forward and Pampelone starts to back up. So if I was in Pampelone's corner, I'd be almost telling him to do the opposite. Sort of reserve your strength for the last minute and then come home hard. Because you've got to remember, if the judges are looking for anything to give a fighter a round, they look at the last maybe 20 seconds. So 40 seconds to go round number 4. And kind of whilst being busier, but I still think Pampelone's done enough based on his early assault to be winning the round with 25 seconds to go in round number 4. And the guys clinch on the ropes. The referee's had a pretty easy time so far. So 10 seconds to go, round number 4. A good little combination from Conor, but I'm not sure he's really landed anything. So it's a tough one because Pampelone didn't really do a lot in the last half of the round. But then again, Conor Wallace didn't really do anything in the first half of the round. So I'm just going to say 2 rounds each. Let's call it a draw. What's that, Kirsten? Steve paid $2,000 or something like that to Joe to officially open the gym. Well, that's $2,000 well spent, Kirsten. And there is Steve in the corner. I actually thought he was the trainer, but he's not. He's actually the co-trainer. And I'm sure if Steve's there, Luke Meldon will be in the corner there somewhere as well. The head and face tattoo trend these days is crazy. I don't like it, Andy. It's just me. Pants hanging halfway down the arse is the worst bloody trend. I thought that trend had almost gone out, Andy. Fortunately, my kids have never done it. I wouldn't let them anyway. I'd say pull those friggin' pants up. Give them a clip. It's hard enough with the haircuts they have these days. They what do they say? They almost look like alpacas these days with the haircuts. Back in my day, it was just all mullets. All right, round number 5. And I've got it 2 rounds apiece. Yep, Damien has been a good pay-per-view so far. Zerafa. Is there that many in the chat? Good stuff, guys. Make sure you hit the chat. Really appreciate everyone that's watching tonight. Apologies if you thought it was a live stream. This is a watch-along. All right, 30 seconds into round number 5. And as the other rounds have been, it is... Although I was just going to say it's Pampelone on the front foot and Conor Wallace on the back foot, but so far it's been Conor Wallace pushing the action in round number 5. I've got it 2 rounds apiece, Jaden, but any sort of variation of that could be Pampelone one every round. It could be Conor Wallace one every round. It could be 2 each. It could be 3-1, 1-3. Who knows? 31 likes. Good stuff. Awesome. Subscribe to the page, guys, too. Plenty of good content. Every day I do the walking boxing and then I do 2 or 3 other shows a week as well. Plus these things. All right, so we are 1 minute and 15 into round number 5. And again, it looks like Pampelone just gassing just a little bit. Sure, his second win will come along probably in the next round or 2. So he has to make the most of it while he can. Conor Wallace, starting to really pick the pace up as far as the volume of punches goes. Glenn Rushton is hilarious. It's hilarious that Michael Zerafa and Glenn Rushton have got together. Talk about the odd couple. So that was a good right hand from Pampelone that landed. Took it well, Conor Wallace. G'day, Bailey. How are you there, mate? From Cairns in Queensland. Great to have you along, Bailey. So Pampelone on the assault again. Lands another right hand left hook. I'll tell you what, he's done pretty well to hold up. Well, both of these guys. Connor Wallace has done really well to be able to withstand some of the heat that's been on him, but Jerome Pampelone's done actually quite well to keep the pace up. I thought after, say, the third round, he was starting to look extremely fatigued, but he's actually done pretty well. Yeah, I can't hear what he's saying, Peter. 20 seconds to go, round number 5, and so far I would say that Pampelone is winning this round. He's done a good job, and maybe he's got his second wind early. I don't know, but he, even though that mouth is still open, he's still coming forward and pressuring Connor Wallace. Lands a good left hand there, does Pampelone, and I would give him. I just thought it was the end of the round, but he's lost his mouth guard again. So at what point you would think that after the next time he would take a point. I'd say the bell's going to ring now anyway, but yep. All right, is that Carl? Glenn hasn't had any luck with the Horn brothers versus the Tszyu brothers, as you know. He hasn't, mate. No worries, Carl. It's the best I can do, unfortunately. Peter, please, come on. Now's not the time. Albie, there's a name. Whatever happened to Thurman? Looked a decent challenge for Tim, but seems to have vanished after pulling out with injury. Great call, Albie. He was supposedly injured, pulled out of the fight, did an apology on social media, said he'd be back shortly. What's it been? Nearly 6 months? 5 months? Haven't heard a peep from him, mate. So I think he is done. Oh, mate, he is. Connor Wallace. Yep. Certainly is, mate. What's that? Great for Aussie boxing. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. I just thought I'd have a different channel to everyone else out there, mate. I'm not right into following the boxers around and interviewing them and asking them the same questions that everyone else asked them. I thought I'd have a bit of a different spin on Australian boxing. All right, into round number 6. I have it 3 rounds to 2 for Jerome Pampelone. So Bailey, just out of curiosity, how do you see the next fight going? I think a very, very bad night for Tommy Brand, if I'm being honest, Bailey. I think Michael Zerafa wins that fight very, very easily and probably gets Tommy Brand out of there in 3, 4, maybe 5 rounds. Let's see. I hope Tommy Brand fights as good as he's talked all week. He's been good, very entertaining. All right, so 45 seconds into round number 6. And Pampelone continues to come forward. Connor Wallace on the outside. Just at this stage, not really having an answer to the work rate and power shots that Pampelone's throwing, although this round he has attempted to pick up the pace. Who reminds you of Benny Horror, Albie? That's not very nice. We love Benny Horror. Benny Horowitz, that is. I'm assuming you're talking about, by the way. Peter, come on. That's enough of that. I'm going to have to ban you, I think. Kirsten says Zerafa KO1 in her opinion. I did see that, Hanoi. Not good. Hate to see it. Footy players being KO'd. All right. Minute 20 to go in round number 6. And again, Pampelone coming forward. Connor Wallace just on the back foot. I think Connor Wallace probably needs to pick it up a little bit. He's just struggled at this stage to have an answer to the work rate and the power shots that Pampelone's throwing. And maybe they thought he was going to maybe gas out by this stage, but I think he's done pretty good, Pampelone, so far. The left hand just misses there. Just clipped Connor Wallace. So 50 seconds to go. I'm going to see if I can get... Connor Wallace trying to pick up the pace. And look, if he does pick up the pace in this last bit, then you never know. But so 25 seconds to go around number 6. Left hand lands from Connor Wallace. Good end of the round by Connor. Some nice jabs landing now. And it looks like the right eye of Pampelone is showing signs of damage. Raj, ready? I think Tim wins that next fight. Pretty tough one, though, Raj. So that's the end of round number 6. I'm just going to give that round to Connor Wallace. Just. I thought the second half of the round, he really picked up the pace, landed some good punches, and the right eye of Jerome Pampelone is swollen. So at this stage, I have it 3 rounds apiece. G'day, Greg. What do you got there? An Aussie living in Japan. Okay, love the content. The weekly update is a must-watch for me every week. Cheers, mate. No worries, mate. Well, the weekly update is probably something that hasn't so far been that well received with views, but it's good to see that there are people like you out there that like it, mate. So I really appreciate that. Rocky Horror. Hanoi Wallace going to tire himself out soon. Well, look, the fight it's up for grabs. It's 3-3, but I wouldn't argue with anyone that might have it 4-2 either way. As they show Nikita Tszyu, geez, doing the splits there. Wow. Gives me nightmares at my age even thinking about doing that. What do you got there, Albie? Happy out the... Excuse me. $50 for 30 minutes with a free beer. That's not bad. All right. Round number 7. So, again, I have it even, 3 rounds apiece. Connor Wallace starting to pick it up a little bit. He's getting busy. He's probing out that right lead hand. Been a very, very tough and even fight so far, just as we expected it to be. 2 quality fighters. And it's actually a shame to see one of these guys that are going to lose this because both of them, really done great things lately. I know Pampelone had a setback in his last fight, but not disgraced at all. But this is what you want to see. And Pampelone comes forward again. Wallace on the ropes. Didn't really land anything of note there, though, Pampelone. So round number 7 of 12. IBF official eliminator. Is that Bailey? Last question. Who wins the main event? Nikita. Nikita wins. Tough decision, I reckon, Bailey. He wins on points. All right, halfway through round number 7. Lead right to the body. Just misses from Pampelone. Connor Wallace on the back foot. He is a lot busier this round, Connor. Not that he's landed a lot. And Pampelone now really picks up the pace. Has Connor Wallace in the neutral corner and he's wailing away. Connor Wallace actually did pretty well there just to tie him up. But with a minute to go in round number 7, I think it's anyone's round. Good 1, 2, 3 from Connor Wallace. Yeah, good support of Irish fighters in the crowd for Connor Wallace. Thanks, Bailey. Appreciate it. All right, 45 seconds to go, round number 7. Okay, Jack, good luck with that one. So I think, look, this has, been not a bad round from Connor Wallace. It's been a little bit scrappy, but Pampelone, bar the one sort of flurry that he threw, hasn't really been busy at all, and Connor Wallace has thrown a lot more punches. Not a lot landed by either guy, but I think if you've got to pick someone, I'll give it to Connor Wallace. Yeah, it does, Carl, which is an interesting one, isn't it? Although you got Benavidez and Morale to get through too, you'd probably think, if there's an undisputed champion. Right, end of round number 7. Connor Wallace yells at the crowd. So I would probably give him that round. So that would put him 4-3 up. Is that right, Peter? Sports Talk in the UK invited CBS on to talk about fighting Opetaia results crickets. Yep. Definitely has a good chin. Mutty, welcome to the show, by the way, mate. Yeah, he's getting a bit scrappy now, Carl. So what is it? 9:20. So the way we're going, you would think that Michael Zerafa will be out in the ring by about 10. And I think if all goes according to the way I think it would be, he'll be out by about 25 past 10, I would think. So hopefully Nikita and KOEN will be doing their ring walks at about 10:35, 10:40. And we should be out of here by about 11:30. Jeez. I've got to get up early in the morning too, which is not much fun. But anyway. Thanks, Cynical Lad. Appreciate that, mate. It's just me giving my opinion. Appreciate that, mate. All right, round number 8. Connor Wallace, Jerome Pampelone. What's that, Albie? Been enjoying the silence from Hardman? Yeah, not much going on with Isaac. I can't believe he can't get a fight. Surely there's plenty of middleweights out there that'd fight him. Surely. Bring on Kamakeo and Hardman. That's what I want. Or Mikhailovich. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Hardman, Mikhailovich. Anyway. All right, so Connor Wallace, quite content to be on the toes, moving left, moving right, popping the jab out. By looks of the body language between the two, Connor Wallace definitely thinks he's winning this fight. You can see it. And there's a nice one too from Connor Wallace. And I know I've said it a couple of times, but Pampelone now looking a little fatigued. That right eye is really swelling and just loading up sort of one punch at a time at the moment. And Connor Wallace, I think looks like he might have a bit of a welt under the left eye. But look, both guys have fought a very, very high work rate. And there's a 1-2-3 from Connor Wallace. Nice. Side steps to the right. And Pampelone. The concern I've got with Pampelone, it's just one punch at a time at the moment. And he's not going to get the job done against someone like Connor Wallace throwing one punch at a time, I don't think. And Connor Wallace knows what's happening, and he's just poking out that jab. Content to throw a left hand, right hook straight afterwards, and he's having some success. So a minute to go, round number 8. Great fight so far. So far, I think it's a Connor Wallace round. All right, 40 seconds to go. Yeah, Wallace needs to pick up the pace. Yeah, I'm with you, Trevor. I say it every time with about the pink thongs. I don't understand it, mate. I don't get it either. All right, so 25 seconds to go. Round number 8. I still think it's not a bad round from Wallace, so he does take a right hand there from Pampelone, but comes back with his own 1-2. Well, that mouth is wide open on Pampelone. 10 seconds to go, round number 8. And I think it's a round for Connor Wallace. I think he's boxed well. So what's that? 5 rounds to 3 on my scorecard. I would put it up on here, guys, but I can't have two sort of things on the screen at one time. What's that, Hanoi? Does your air in country Victoria smell like wood smoke in winter? Was just in Beechworth and all the smoke hovers over the town constantly. Yeah, it does, mate. Country Victoria, well, country Australia, I suppose, but yeah, definitely country Victoria definitely has a smell over it, mate. It's a nice, fresh, crisp smell. Fight stats, Pampelone, 87 of 242. Wallace, 87 of 393. They've landed the same amount of punches, but Wallace has thrown almost twice as much. The difference is 74 to 49 to the head for Wallace, but 38 to 13 to the body for Pampelone. And Peachy in the corner with the thongs, getting stuck right in the Pampelone. Good, I can't hear what he's saying, but definitely very animated. But country Victoria, Hanoi, it's a beautiful place to be. They are tough, Carl. All right, round number 9. Here we go. All right, we've got 150 people watching. Make sure you like and subscribe there, guys. I really appreciate it. The odds. Yeah, Nikita 109. Zerafa 106. Yep. 12.50, Tommy. Geez, it'd have to be a lot longer than that for me to back him. A good call, Peter. It is the Victorian Labor government burning our money. And if you've seen the other day, they lost nearly $600 million on the Commonwealth Games. Well, they're going to jump straight back in and put the Pride Games on or the Gay Games on next. So there you go. He doesn't throw body shots, Connor. All right, well, 45 seconds into round number 9. Not a lot going on at the moment. Pampelone still leading with that right hand. He's being countered by Connor. It's an interesting one because we haven't seen a lot of, in the last few rounds, any really big punches being landed. Lots of throwing, but you've got Pampelone walking up, only throwing sort of one punch to Connor's 2, but Connor not really landing anything either. So this is going to be a fascinating scorecard, I think, at the end of it. $10 on Tommy. Yep, not bad. Zachary. Nikita looks the goods in the yard. I'm incredibly excited for this fight. Good stuff, Bailey. Yeah, I agree, Carlos. I think Wallace will lift as well. I like that, Peter, the Victorian government. Don't even get me started. All right, halfway through round number 9. Anyone's round. This one, not a lot happening. Again, Connor Wallace busier, but Pampelone throwing the bigger shots. Just interesting to see what you're looking for when you score these rounds. And Pampelone now lets a couple go there on the ropes with Connor Wallace, who's happy just to tie him up. I wouldn't touch it either, Peter. That money on Nikita. All right, so a minute to go around number 9. I will be doing a roundup of this on my walk tomorrow, guys, if you want to tune in for that one. What's that, RJ Saliba? Can't watch pay-per-view and I'm cooking, so I'm grateful. No worries, mate. All good. I know I'm not Ben Damon, but I'm doing my best. All right, so 35 seconds to go in round number 9. I still think it's anyone's round. If anything, maybe just Connor Wallace again, although, again, Pampelone throwing the bigger shots, Connor being the busier. All right. Yeah, not again. Who's going to take the round? 15 seconds to go. I'm almost inclined to give the round to Pampelone, and it's probably nothing apart from a nice little left hand lands from Pampelone. Although Ben Damon just said Connor Wallace won the round, but Connor Wallace is definitely pretty happy with himself. Waves the arms around, but I don't know. I don't think he did much that round. I'm going to give that round to Pampelone. 5-4. I've got it for Connor Wallace. He's a nice fighter, Peter. I'd like to see him maybe just sit down a little bit more on his punches. I know Pampelone's a very dangerous fighter. Mr. Peach in the corner isn't happy about something. Oh, what's this, Albie? Hang on. 4 members of Connor Wallace's supporter crew have been sensationally thrown out of the ICC Theatre after a plastic cup filled with beer was hurled at the corner of Jerome Pampelone. Well, they're probably Carlton supporters, Albie, if you saw that on the weekend. One of the umpires got hit in the head by a water bottle at the Carlton game. Having said that, though, I know we are a little bit feral at the moment, Carlton supporters. It's been a very frustrating last few weeks. But it was 12 free kicks to 0 at that stage. There's Michael Zerafa in the change rooms getting ready to come out. I still can't get my head around seeing Glenn Rushton in the corner. All right, here we go. We are into round number 10. I've got it 5 rounds to 4 for Connor Wallace, which will be 90. What's that? 96, 90. Hang on, what did I say? 5 rounds to 4. So 86 to 85. Connor Wallace on the move. Pampelone coming forward. It'll be interesting to see. Let me know who Sean Porter's got winning this fight, guys. See whether he agrees with me. I've got it 5 rounds to 4. Okay, thanks, mate. Thanks for telling us that. Bloody Irishman, can't take him anywhere. And there's the mouth guard, was it? No, the tape on Pampelone's gloves. Come on, Peter. Typical Collingwood supporter saying that. I can't wait to see Cripper get the Brownlow over Nick Dacos this year. All right, but we're not talking football. There's the Wallace crew, all dressed in green. They're a passionate mob, that's for sure. Oh, they caught the person with the water bottle. Oh, they did, yeah, for the Carlton game. Yeah, they did. Banned for life and a massive fine, you would probably think. Asbot says, do you reckon that Rushton's going to bring out anything new in Zerafa? What's he got to offer, Asbot? Didn't offer anything for Jeff. So I doubt he's going to offer anything for Michael. All right. Could you turn the camera to the... Nah, sorry, Daniel. I can't do it, mate. You know, you should know I'll get barred for that. All right, so we're a minute 20 into round number 10, and Pampelone is really starting to come forward and throw some bombs. He senses he's getting a little bit desperate. I don't know whether he thinks he might be behind, but he's actually held up well, fitness-wise. A couple of nice shots there from Connor Wallace, though. So round number 10, again, I've got it 5 rounds to 4 for Connor Wallace, but it could be anyone's fight. I just think sometimes you've got to look at the body language, and Connor Wallace still looks fresh. Pampelone's just one punch at a time. His mouth's open, slowed down a lot. The judges pick up on that sort of stuff, and if they are in the two minds of who to score the round for, I know it's not right, but sometimes I look for the guy that just shows a better body language. Is that right, Albie? Hypnosis. I think when it comes to Michael, he's just looking for someone to give him a drink of water and wash his mouth guard here in Australia. I mean, how's he supposed to get any stability in his camp when he has a different trainer every show or every fight? Doesn't make much sense to me. And he said that Nonito Donaire is still his trainer. He's not even here. All right, 25 seconds to go, round number 10. Oh, this is a tough round to score. Yeah, Hanoi, Zerafa's up next, yep. Can you give me another round, Michael? Yeah, I like that. All right, so at the end of round number 10. Look, it's a tough one. Maybe Connor Wallace just, I don't know. 6 rounds to 4 for Connor Wallace. There you go. But anything's possible. Rushton needs to get a new hairstyle. Is that the same one for a while? Just put $5 on Tommy. Go for it, Zachary. I hope you get a win, mate. So what is it? To win in 5 or 6 rounds, paying $500. Good stuff. Let us know how you go. All right, it needs to flick it to the hair. Yep. Can we get a comment from Sam LeBruner on Zerafa? Well, anything that gets said won't be very complimentary, Albie. They had a spectacular fallout, didn't they? Sam LeBruner and Zerafa. Seems to be the common thing, though. I mean, I know I've had some things to say about Michael in here, and he hasn't appreciated some of the things, I can guarantee that. But I just call it the way I see it, and he just seems to have a different trainer every single fight. And Sam LeBruner, I think he was with him for maybe 2 fights, and that was done as well. So, anyway, round number 11. How you got it? I've got it 6 rounds to 4 for Connor Wallace, but not with a lot of confidence. Again, I'd just like to see Pampelone maybe jab in a little bit more to get and then set up the right hand. When you're just throwing one punch at a time, it just doesn't look good, and it's not really effective. And I just think the little flashy 1, 2, 3s from Connor Wallace is just going to get the judges' attention. Not that he's done anything spectacular, by the way, but I just think if you're looking for someone to score the round to, Connor Wallace's style, I think at the moment, is a little bit more attractive than Jerome Pampelone. Old Grumpy, Tommy's a chance. Nah, mate, sorry. What's that? Mugetsu, 6'4", needs Jerome to KO him. Well, you never know, mate. But yeah, Grumpy one, I don't think so, mate. I still can't get out of my head when Tommy Brown was bombed out by a washed-up Anthony Mundine. So, I don't know what. Look at Connor Wallace talking to the crowd, sticking his tongue out, and gets a bit of a warning. Well, he gets warned for taking a point. So Mr. Peach in the corner is not happy with Connor Wallace poking his tongue out him in the corner, and the referee just threatened to take a point. I don't think, can you take a point off a fighter for poking his tongue out at the opposition's corner? That seems a bit odd. Anyway, why do you think Zerafa will win? Because he's in his prime Bailey, and Tommy Brown is about 10 years past it. That's probably about the best I've got. So Mutzi Pampelone can set up those bombs. If you don't, that's what I'm saying, Mutzi. If he set them up, he would be dangerous. We've got just over a minute to go in round number 10, but he's just throwing one punch at a time. He's walking up effectively, but he's just throwing just right hand after right hand. It's just so predictable for Connor Wallace. He's just poking out the jab and ones and twos, and I think he's winning another round. Good bet, JJ, that is. KO 1 or 2, I wouldn't be surprised. What's that sad that when one watches a fight, they can't say which way a fight will go due to judging crazy as. I'm with you, cynical lad. I agree. That Tommy should be 0 chance and hard to believe it was sanctioned. But New South Wales would sanction Tyson versus Bambi. Yeah, it's a good call there, Albie. All right, so 30 seconds to go, round number 11. Geez, the fight has just flown by, hasn't it? Look, I think it's another round for Jerome Pampelone. It's going to be interesting after the fight to see how the corners react. Because Mr. Peach in the corner was not happy with Connor Wallace. What's that? Al Bramble, would Zerafa beat Nikita Tszyu? Well, we've talked about that, mate. I don't think so, but a lot of people do. Looks like we're going to get an opportunity to see anyway, mate, later in the year or early next year. Porter says he'd give 2 to 3 rounds for Pampelone. Okay. Well, I've got it 7 rounds to 4 for Connor Wallace. So having a good time in there. He's got 1 round to go. You know it's a good fight when it goes really quick. So what are they saying there? Oh, yeah, so what's that? UFC 306, September the 15th. At the Sphere. All right, what are we? 9:35 or 36. And we've got another 18 rounds to get through. Lyndon, were you in the amateurs at the same time as Chris Bryant? No, I wasn't, Greg. My brother was. My brother actually went to the world titles in Puerto Rico with Chris back in '89. I never met Chris, but apparently he was a very, very good young fighter, mate. But yeah, I never actually met him. But as I said, he went to the Puerto Rican world titles in '89, and Justin Rousel was beaten by Shane Mosley at those world titles. I remember seeing the photo of him after the fight. Has been good, Carl, the referee. A good referee is the one you don't really notice, and I think he's been pretty good. Apart from times he's had to jump in there for the mouth guards and that sort of stuff, I think he's been pretty good. Great guy too. All right, so 30 seconds into round number 12. And Jerome Pampelone, you sense, or he senses, I think, that he's behind and he's putting the pressure on. But again, hasn't really altered the game plan of just coming forward and just trying to throw one big bomb. I wouldn't mind just a double jab to get close and then throw the big right. There's a big left hook that just skunned the cheek of Connor Wallace. Excuse me. And a straight left hand from Connor Wallace lands. Down he goes to his knees. It was a slip. All right. So minute gone, or minute 10 gone in round number 12 in the IBF Eliminator. Pampelone's definitely letting it all hang out in the ring. He's letting all sorts of punches go there, but Connor Wallace not too disturbed by them. Clinches Pampelone. And you would think now that he's had a bit of a rest, he'll now have his turn. Been a really good fight, though. This one, a minute 20 to go in round number 12. Gherkin Oscan, I haven't heard about him for years, Albie. I've got no idea. Great kickboxer back in his day, though, wasn't he? What's that? The Irish fans might start a riot. Well, you never know. Who's winning the fight? I think Connor Wallace is winning the fight there. Super Tariq. I think I had it 7 rounds to 4. We've got a minute to go in round number 12. But I've got it 7 to 4 for Connor Wallace. Yep, I'm with you there, Carl. Wallace is winning. Look, not by a lot. I think there's been a lot of close rounds. But again, if you're looking at that body language of the two with the styles, again, Pampelone is looking for that big right hand. It hasn't really altered the game style. And Connor Wallace, I just think's boxed okay. I wouldn't say he's been entirely super impressive, but he's been effective. Zerafa's on next there, YT Static. So with it being 20-10 at the moment, let's hope that that fight doesn't go too far. And we might have Nikita on by about 10:15. Let's hope so. Would you put £200 on Wallace? Do I cash out? No, mate. He's going to win. He's going to win this fight. We're in the last part of the round. Oh, he does the shuffle there, does Connor Wallace. There it is. The bell rings. Would have liked to maybe him seen at least touch gloves and congratulate each other. But Connor Wallace, very happy with himself. I actually think that Pampelone might have actually won that last round just by his effort. And there's Mr. Peach and Connor Wallace. Not much being said there. There's Lukey Melton there, recently engaged. Great man, Luke. He's come over to the States with us a couple of times. He's very happy, Connor. He's got the Irish jig going there. Good on him. We need guys like him in the sport. And there's Mick Francis in the corner there. Yeah, a little bit there, Carl. Needs to learn to hit the body. Oh, geez. I just put it in fast motion there. Pampelone looked like Mike Tyson there for a sec. Wallace Akuso next. Paulo just far too skilled, but crowd will be interested. No, it won't be next, Albie. There's no way they'll put Wallace in with Akuso next. He's on the verge of a possible world title fight, so why risk it against Akuso, who's only still a relative novice in the pros? So too risky. I don't see that happening. Am I sure? I hope so, mate. The fight's over now, so you've run out of time to cash out. But no, I think Connor Wallace has won this fight. I'll give you the decision in a second when it's announced. So Pampelone definitely looks like he's feeling the effects of the fight. He's got a nice mouse and cut under that right eye and a bloodied nose. So, but no, really good effort from him. And not really a mark on Connor Wallace at all. He's definitely a character. I'm still surprised that he's a Tasman fighter boxer, what he's doing on a no-limit card. So 115, 113, yeah, that's how I'd have it, Mutsy. Well, I wouldn't be surprised maybe if it's 116, 112, if I'm being honest. You think I've won? Yes, I do, mate. World titles were in Moscow in 89. They were the senior titles, Mel. Is that Melton Orr? I remember you too, Melton. The junior titles, sorry, I was talking about there, Melton. The Puerto Rico world titles were the junior titles. The senior titles were in 89. Yep, you're right. I do remember you from back in the day, mate. Thoughts on the Zerafa fight? Well, let's just get it over and done with quick, Brent. I think we all know that's going to be pretty one-sided. I just hope he doesn't string it out to an 8-round decision. It's 20-10, guys, so some of us have got to get up early in the morning. Akuso is a future superstar. I'll call it. He'll unify going forward. Yeah, I think he's great. Oh, here we go. Split decision. $116, $112 Wallace. $115, $113 for Pampelone. $116, $112. Connor Wallace. Geez, he had to do a bit of a double take there. But Connor Wallace has won a split decision. 116, 112 times 2. And 115, 113 to Pampelone. So very, very good fight. No disgrace there for Pampelone. I thought he did a good job. Just wasn't his night tonight. 115, 113. G'day, pound for pound king. How are you there, mate? Draw, says Peter. No. Thanks, Mel. Appreciate that, mate. All right, so we've got a few, got over 200 at the moment. So there you go, Super Turek 786. You've got the win there, mate. Connor Wallace has won a split decision. Now, I'm with you there, Peter. It would have been a robbery for sure. Good stuff there, mate. I'm glad you got a win. Connor Wallace, geez, he's a character. He's a big boy too. So he moves to 14-1 with 10 knockouts. So Connor is saying he's coming for it all. He wants the big boys in the division. So there is a few there now. Bivol, bit of beef, Benavides, Morel. He says, get up there, boy. I love it. Matt Rose shakes his hand. Didn't look overly impressed there, Matt Rose. There's George. What's that there, Albie? No limit to the robberies, actual and potential. Split decision. Yeah, split decision. Yep. The tough fight. I think what did I have at 115, 113, but I wouldn't have been. As I said, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was 116, 112. Will they boo Zerafa? The odds are, Peter, yes. I think they will boo him. We're in Sydney, remember? It's a zoo territory. He's a Melbourne boy. Bit of a nomad, really, Michael, when you think about it. He's almost been disowned by Victoria, and he hasn't really been embraced by anyone else. And look, all things aside, and I've had my differences with him, don't get me wrong, but all things aside, I think it's I know he brings a lot on himself, but yeah, he's definitely probably the most disliked boxer that I can remember, and that's saying something because we had, of course, Anthony Mundine, and I remember back in the day, even Barry Michael, when he fought Lester Ellis, they were all for Lester. They booed Barry, but he's a legend, Barry. Absolute legend. 12:44 in Belfast. Maybe they might be watching, yeah, or listening, whatever. Yes, there you go. 229 in the chat. We like that. Keep it up. So Michael Zerafa up next as Connor Wallace gets his little bub. Oh, what a little cutie in the ring. Got the earphones on. That's awesome. Yeah, he comes from Craigieburn. He does, Peter. Albie, maybe Zerafa should be exiled to Malta. Well, he's Maltese heritage, of course, with Alex Vella and fight under the banner of George Cross. Oh, jeez. Paul, I see you had it 9-3. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yep, hit the like button there, guys. Like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. We're at about 250 people watching, so not quite the 17,000 we had for Nikita's last fight, but I think we had 17,500. I think 17,400 people thought it was a live stream. But I appreciate you. But at least if you come, even if you don't stay, just click the like button. I don't even know how all this works with the algorithms, but just hit the like or whatever it is and help the channel grow. All right. I remember Zerafa phone in on SEN as a kid, told Stephen JP he'll be world champion. Is that right, Peter? There you go. Thanks, Albie. All right, so now we have to listen to the words of the expert in the house, Peter Bedell. At least we've got Sean Porter up there. And I love Brownie too. There's Team Zerafa with Glenn Rushton and Michael's brother in the corner. It's interesting they're promoting the UFC and not the Canelo fight. All right, so what is it now? 9:47. So it could be, let's hope Michael sort of does us a favour, with all due respect to Tommy Brown, that is. And maybe we've got Nikita on at about 20 past 10. So you have no chance keeping up with 15K in the chat. Well, I remember that night. It's actually interesting, Carl, because I've always thought it'd be great to have that many people in the chat, and it's all good. Yeah, you can't obviously keep up with them. There are a lot of them just coming in and going in and out, and that's fine. But it's amazing how quickly the mood changes. Now, I'm sure you know all about this when you've been in chats on other channels with a lot of people in there. You get lots of fans. They all have different opinions. They all get stuck into each other, and there's arguments in the chat, and it just has an uneasy feel about it. I don't mind. What do we got now? 240 odd people. That looks like 240 people that actually want to tune in. But when we had like 17,000 people, it was like, yeah, as I said, the whole mood sort of changed, and it was a little bit uncomfortable with some of the comments in there. But I'm happy just with whatever we've got, mate. We're at 1,530 or something subscribers, and on a wrap. The aim is now, though, you get to 1,500. Well, obviously, the next aim is 2,000. So let's hope we can get there. All right, Peter Bomber Bedell. Can't we do better than that? I ask the same question every single time, Albie. $70 for the pay-per-view is sickening. UFC main event, not even that much. They need to fix it. Yeah. If he doesn't win KO 1 or 2, he should forget it. Let's hope he gets it done. I mean, I sort of want Tommy Brown to turn up, but on the other hand, it's 10-10, and we've got a main event to get to. Will they be doing a welcome to country and a smoke ceremony? No, not Neville. That would have been done earlier in the night. You can be guaranteed of that. Zerafa better win in one round, or he should quit boxing. Yeah, well, I'm with you there, Kirsten. Agree, no limit of thieves. Rose boys got what they deserve at Koori Knockout. Oh, what was that, Albie? Was that a tournament or a show? I pity the blokes working with me tomorrow. I'm going to be tired and cranky. You and me both, mate. I've got to get up early and take my dog for a walk, do the walking boxing segment, and then hit the road. You need some moderators in the chat. Okay, so how does that work, Carl? So does that mean, say, if you're a moderator, you could go through and eliminate them or ban them? How does that work? I've never been in the position where I needed one, to be honest, but I have seen some of the other channels out there that do it. And all these, is it the super chats and all that sort of stuff? I've got to look into how to do that. I was actually thinking about doing the super chat thing. I'm not stressed about money at all, but it'd be nice if there was a super chat thing. I would probably just keep all the money for charity and donate it at Christmas time to maybe a charity of someone's choice out there. They charge $35. They get more viewers and promote their brand. That's the problem, though, Peter. Damien Zerafa is the man. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah. Look, they need the $70, of course, in that they do the sums of what it takes, and no limit. Main event take half. I've tried to explain it a few times, but I totally get it. But end of the day, everything costs money, and I suppose they're happy with the amount of people they get that buy the fight, so that's why they keep paying $70. I suppose the problem is if people stop paying it, no main event will just can it. What's that there? Hang on. Zerafa is about to enter the ring now. And Glenn Rushton, I think they're about to do the ring walk now. Yep. I think they're being called out or just waiting. Here we go. So Lieutenant Dan, good to see him back. I'm glad he didn't pull the pin after the little issue on the Kambosos and Lomachenko card. Nikita round 6, says William. In saying that, glad to be in the stream. Quality bloke and good live updates during the fight, legend, mate. Thanks, Jaden. Appreciate that, mate. And here comes Tommy Brown. All right, where are we there? Comes out to, he shook me all night long. All right, so, sorry guys, I missed a couple of comments there. Go back to a couple. No drama. Okay. So Tommy Brown making his way to the ring. I'll just go back. I've just missed a couple of. All right, here we go. Carl, Damien needs a Snickers. His sugar levels low. Yeah, for the sake of everyone, Damien, go have a Snickers bar, will you, mate? Brown has as much chance as Lopez of winning the Melbourne Cup. Yeah, you're right. What's that? Rose boys were part of a stacked league team at Koori Knockout and dogged it when Waterloo team retaliated to dog shots. They folded. Okay, I don't know anything about that rugby league, let alone what happened there. Nikita should be headline on 7+. Pay-per-view is ridiculous. Well, again, people keep paying it. Saudi, when Jai fought Zorro, was only $50. Yep. Here comes Michael Zerafa to the cheers of the Sydney boxing audience. There are some boos. The bad boy of Aussie boxing. Be upstanding for the national anthem of Rushton Land. What's that, Brett? The other bloke doing this fight card from America is smoking bog on the fights. That's Sean Porter. Sean Porter wouldn't come cheap. Who pays him? No Limit or Fox? That's a good question there, Paul. I would think it might be a bit of both. I reckon main event would pay it. You haven't had many trials. A lot of people are wrench hunters, to be honest, but you've done okay. Yeah, I wouldn't put up with it anyway there, Andy. I think it's I think if you sort of allow it, people will just take advantage. I think we try and run a respectable channel here, mate. Has Tommy got a chance? Absolutely not, Mark. Sorry. I hope he turns up. I really do. 41 years of age. Yeah. What's that? Stefan Ackery offers to fix Rushton's hair. Come on, Albie. He's a nice guy. What has happened to Fennick? Good question, Peter. He used to be a staple on all these shows. I've got no idea. I don't know. All right, so both boys in the ring. Former Australian featherweight champion, Tommy Brown. Featherweight, guys. Now, just to put that in perspective for us here in Australia, that is 57 kilos. Tonight, he's fighting at 72 kilos. 15 kilos heavier. So he's 44, 8 and 2 with 19 KOs. So 45 wins, 8 losses, 2 draws, 19 KOs. Tommy the Titan. Yeah, he did. 126, Kirsten. Fennick Rushton cage match. That was funny. Let's see if he gets a... Oh, the booze. Lots of booze. Lots of booze. Is it fair or unfair? Let me know. I thought it was Angry Anderson walking out with Zerafa. Oh, jeez. Gotta love these comments. Car salesman, Porter. Brown won't last 4 rounds. Michael, pretty boy, Zerafa. Lot better trunks than what he wore in Vegas. They were shockers. Tommy has a better. What's that? Tommy has a better chance at knocking down pins at pin bowling. Porter can't rate Tszyu too high. Pick Thurman to beating. Geez, the boys are head to head there. Geez, and surprisingly, Tommy Brown is a similar, or he might even be a fraction taller than Michael Zerafa. Brown looks old. Tommy Mercury, you said it, mate, not me. All right, let's see how we go. The boys are about to come out for round number 1. Roughly what would be the winner's purse for this fight? I would say 20 grand for this fight, if I'm being honest there. Maybe 30. All right, so Zerafa comes out on the attack. Tommy looks patient. He looks actually not in bad nick. Tommy couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. Well, Michael Zerafa looks intent on getting Tommy Brown out of there, who already looks a little bit on the back foot. And Michael Zerafa, to his credit, has come out. He wants a quick knockout, which is great because it's 10 o'clock. Pops that jab out there. I wish he had come out like this against Lara. He's come out with authority. You remember against Lara, he came out very, very timid. Very tentative. Oh, he takes a right hand there, though, from Tommy Brown. You would think he might be okay for a round or two, but it's only an 8-rounder, but he's come to fight Tommy Brown. Oh, another right hand lands from Tommy Brown. And he's got Michael Zerafa's attention, no doubt about that. But you're right, Peter, he does look gassed, and we're halfway through round 1. Rushton's effect already obvious. Yep, getting tagged by right hands there, Albie. Yeah, look, hopefully I'm wrong, but I think Tommy might have a good first round, and then that might be it. But who knows? Tommy. And look, Michael Zerafa's being patient. He's spearing out the jab. Tommy Brown coming forward. Look, he's trying, but we've got a minute to go. Got a minute to go in round number one. You just get the impression that at any stage, Michael Zerafa's going to pick up the pace, and that might be it. Pound for pound, King, where they find his opponent. Well, good right hand from Michael Zerafa lands there. Right hand on the back of the head, and Tommy Brown's already hanging on. Look, he's had a bit of a crack in the first round. Look, he's a journeyman pound for pound king. He's won, 55 fights, but he's had I think he's won his last 2 or 3, but they've been against Thailanders, so he's not a big knockout puncher. So, and I think already with 20 seconds to go, he looks cooked. Yeah, I'm with you there, Neville, on ice skates by round 5. I can just see a right hand getting through there at some stage, and Tommy would be done, I would think. But look, he's done okay in the first round, but I think Michael Zerafa's definitely won the round. The Cowboys to say when it's gone, it's gone. Well, he'd know, Albie. Oh, there you go. We've got 310 in the chat. Good stuff there, pound for pound king. Thanks for letting us know. Just trying to hear what Glenn's saying. All right. Zerafa landed 22 of 70. Brown landed 8 of 30. 6 to the head, 2 to the body. Zerafa landed 15 to the head, 7 to the body. Looks nice and calm, Michael Zerafa. And, they definitely start. It was a good round. You just wonder how long Tommy Brown can keep it up. How's the fight going? Is it a KO? Not yet. Super Tariq. Mate, are you calling the in-away fight next Tuesday? Thanks, Monk. No, I won't be, mate. Uh-oh. This is over. Is it? Oh, look out. Okay, we've got drama in the ring. Oh, hang on. Big drama in the ring because Tommy Brown has quit in the corner with a arm injury. Michael Zerafa has had his say at Tommy Brown. Tommy McCurry, his trainer, has gone at Michael Zerafa to have his say, and little brother Zerafa has taken a swing at Tommy McCurry, which is not a wise move. Tommy McCurry is a very, very rough man. And words being said from both sides, and this fight is over. 1 round. There you go, guys. An arm injury. Well, this might be on again here because Michael Zerafa having put in to say to Tommy Brown. Tommy Brown saying, look at my arm, mate. I've torn my bicep. And Michael Zerafa saying, you quit. I would think in this occasion that Michael Zerafa would just shut up and just take it and be done with it. He's just doing no one any favours here. Especially himself. Arthritis, says Albie. I like that. What's that, Hanoi? Maybe he's Rafa bet against himself in the title fight. Jeez. Arthritis. Oh, geez. Hey, at least he done us a favour. Let's hear the crowd. Crowd booing and you saying, bring it on. People in the crowd giving him the bird. He just makes it hard to like him sometimes, Michael. He does. He really does. Matt Rose in there playing. I don't know where the security guys are because Matt Rose is doing all the security at the moment. I just can't get over the younger brother of Michael Zerafa taking a swing at Tommy McCurry. He's one of the hard men of Aussie boxing. All right, let's hear what he has to say. crowd really booing him. He's saying he said, I quit against Lara, or he just quit then? It is, G-Man. It is. Anyone seen George Rose? Booing who? They're booing Michael Zerafa. Good call there, Scarfo. Zerafa and Nick Kyrgios, top 2 wankers of Australia. Seems to be that way. Hall versus Scott now. This rubbish. No Limit need to put better fights on for this price. Oh, Jesus. He's talking about himself in the third person. He said, Zerafa's not going anywhere. Geez, he makes it hard sometimes. Well, hey, the good news is, guys, it's 10:05 and the main event is about to come out. Love it. And the security getting all around Michael Zerafa. What a farce, though, eh? Well, there you go. Someone just got a photo with him. There you go. Someone a high five. So it's not all bad for Michael Zerafa. Yeah, not great, guys. Not great at all. Like the fight itself, and it's not Michael Zerafa's fault. He didn't want. I think you could tell that he didn't want to fight Tommy Brown. But I mean, as much of a joke that we thought the fight was, to only go one round and then have Tommy Brown quit, or not quit. I shouldn't say that. He had an injury. But Michael's still pretty vocal. I'm not sure who he's being vocal at. No, there's still some stuff going on in the change rooms. He's waving someone back. I'm not sure what's going on here, but he's looking for somebody. Now he's on the phone. I wonder if he's talking to Tommy Brown. Big bangs. I can't argue with it, mate. Yeah, not good. That's not good. Just sometimes, bad look for Australian boxing. Look, I don't know. Sometimes certain fighters, they just have a way of just being controversial, and you can see after the first round there, he said, my bicep's gone. Yeah. I mean, yeah. He got injured, and it is what it is, but, geez, it's just circus. Do you think Zerafa pumps his own tyres up at the gas station? Maybe, mate. Now I'm looking at it now. So Zerafa goes over and gets stuck into him. Tommy Cruz says back off, and they're almost going to go at it. And then Matt Rose jumps in and separates them. And then I think little brother comes near somewhere. He jumps in, goes around Matt Rose, and throws the most pathetic punch I've ever seen. It barely just brushed his shoulder. Tommy Brown just saw it and just turned the shoulder. That's pretty funny. Anyway, Rowan, Aussie boxing is different for sure, mate. Yeah. He's phoning a friend, says Hanoi. Zerafa didn't even get to jump on the ropes to celebrate the win. No, he didn't. Didn't see no backflips tonight. Some boxers take the bad boy angle for the clout. Yeah. Did he call anyone out? Well, I think he said the Zoos. And Jonathan Brown saying, what's the problem? He had an injury. So what's the go? Why was he? Well, Jonathan. That's why you're a footy player, mate. In boxing, lots of drama in the build-up. A lot of these guys taking it personally. And Nikita actually just getting his gloves taped up. So he's obviously didn't count on that fight ending so early. Look, what I will say, in the first, from the one round that I saw, at least Zerafa didn't punch the trainer. Yeah, no, he didn't. From what I saw, look, he looked okay. Nice stiff jab. I know Tommy Brown wasn't much, but nice stiff jab. Looked pretty confident. Again, I wish he had brought that confidence to the Lara fight, because you remember that fight, he barely mixed brother to get a touch up tonight. Yeah, Mutzi, if I was him, I would probably stay away from Carl. He misses hits harder than that. I would stay away from the Brown crew if I was his little brother, because there's no security there to protect him later on, I wouldn't have thought. But can't help an injury. Should have just left it at that. Yeah, well, I think what it was, Jaden, was that the injury was called, of course, and then Michael went over to centre ring and started to yell at the corner. Tommy Brown's then come to Michael saying, hey, back off. Now's not the time. Piss off. They've had words, and then the little brothers jumped in and thrown a punch at Tommy McCurry. So didn't start Kirsten. No, it is all over. So he got the torn bicep. I couldn't see it, but apparently you could see that it was torn. It was halfway up his arm. And he withdrew, and then we had more fireworks in the 30 seconds after the fight than we did in that whole first round. So they all back in hotel lining up with the Trella. His season's over. Yep, good test for Nikita. Well, at least he'll be out at a half decent time. We should be. Well, we could almost be out of here just after 11 o'clock, which would be good. Brown on boxing panels like Tubby Taylor calling the Olympic diving. Yeah, I love Jonathan Brown. He's great on the footy shows down here in Victoria, or not just Victoria, but in the AFL states. I love Jonathan Brown, and he's a good friend of the Maloneys. He was in the corner and everything. But on a pay-per-view telecast, surely we're not going that bad in Australia with the boxing that we can't get actual boxing people to be colour analysts and hosts of our events. I don't get it. I don't think he quit, Tommy Brown. He didn't quit. He was injured. You're not going to like this. Zerafa froze in the moment with fear against Lara. Yeah, I'm not. It's not that I don't like it, Peter. I was there watching like you guys were, and I think he was definitely. What'd you say there? Froze in the moment. Yeah. Well, he didn't handle the moment well at all, did he? Yep, didn't handle it well at all, and he was very tentative, very. Timid, I suppose that's the word, and he got clipped. Butcher Boy, I love that. Ever since Zerafa backed out of the fight against Tim Tszyu during COVID, he's worked hard at being unpopular. Yeah, yep. What's that? Jonathan Brown has had plenty of input and expert analysis tonight. Well, we couldn't be any worse than Peter Bedell. Yeah, needs more rounds. Yep. What's that? Zerafa might have to fight a few more 40-year-olds to get himself ready for Nikita. Zerafa doesn't deserve a Tszyu fight. The Muppet, says Bradley Lloyd. All right, so Nikita, we've got 338 people watching. So again, like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. What's that, Peter? You need to get a gig calling the fights. Well, thanks, Peter. I couldn't be any worse than these guys, could I? Surely if Peter Bedell can be up there, maybe I've got to play the game a little bit more and do my thing. Nah, look, it'd be a hard gig. It wouldn't be easy being a commentator. Yeah, he's a great bloke, Pete. He's a really good bloke. Tough as nails on the footy field too. All right, so what are we? 10:15. Let's hope we can get the ring. Let's see if we can get the boys in the ring by 10:30. That way we're out of here by about 11:15, maybe 11:30. You need to be controversial. Sell tickets. They're not worth watching. Yeah, no, good call, Monk. Not a bad call. Yep. You are bad, mate. Oh, thanks, Blue. I appreciate that. No drama, Blue. Just make sure you hit the like button. All right. Nice white shorts from on Nikita tonight. Looks in really good nick too. Actually, he looks in really good condition, does Nikita? He said he's experimented a little bit better with his weight cut this time. He struggled last time out, I think he said, but did it really easy this time. So, was that Tim, Nikita, Zerafa prediction if they fight next? I'll reserve judgment until I see Nikita tonight. Who was that there that said that? Sorry, I missed that. Is it Tim? Yeah, I'll reserve judgment until I see Nikita tonight, mate, if they do fight next. Zerafa shit himself against Tim, pulled out how now speaks shit about them. He's a clown. Can anyone tell me if the second round started? I think I might have to call Bet365 as they might be trying to scam me. Well, Kirsten, technically, I think the second round did start. If that's what you're asking because of a bet, I've got a feeling that Michael Zerafa was up for the second round, waiting for the bell to go, and I'm pretty sure that the referee was sort of seeing what was going on with Tommy Brown because he was waiting for the guys to start fighting. So I'm not sure whether the bell has to ring for it to be the second round or into the middle. I'm not sure how it works with the betting. I know as far as TKOs go, like if it's a TKO on the record, that it would be after the 1 minute break of the round before the round starts. That would technically be the start of the next round. So I would definitely be looking into that, Kirsten, but that's a good question. Spike Sheeny should be on the mic in the ring. Yeah, I hope Spike's doing well. Who can forget him in the 88 Olympics? Amazing. All right, so Team Tszyu in a embrace in the corner. Sorry, not the corner, the change rooms. Interesting that Tim's not here. You would think he'd be home soon because I doubt he'd be in the States right up until, the 19th of October. So what is that, about 7 weeks away? I doubt he'd be over there all that time, surely. But maybe he is, I don't know. Here we go, a main event, 10:15. So KOEN MAZOUDIER will be about to do his ring walk. Lieutenant Dan Hennessy, the ring announcer. What do we got there? Zerafa is in the same ballpark as Mundine for making people want to watch him, either to be KO'd or to win. Yeah. No, Lacey, I am not showing the fight. I am commentating the fight. Well, attempting to. Just ask Blue. I'm trying to be a commentator. Oh, thanks, Blue. But you said I'm bad. So you love the show, but I'm bad. Bad as a commentator. That's fine. As long as you're watching, that's the main thing. All right, we'll get down to... Sorry, guys, I've lost my way again here. Yeah, let's hope he's tightened up his defence. The round had ended, so it's a second round stoppage. Yep, I agree. Lieutenant Dan throws the notes in the air. If the bell doesn't ring, it can't be the start of the round. Yeah, good call, Peter, but I don't know how it works. I'm just probably guessing. Because sometimes you sort of are right. Here comes KOEN MAZOUDIER. Because you're right, because sometimes if they do stop a fight, they wait until the bell rings and then they stop the fight. Oh, look, I don't know. Yeah, silver medal for Spike Sheeny. It's not a big deal, Blue, but still. Nikita needs to tighten up defence heaps, yep. What's that? Throw your hat in the ring to be a fight call instead of the box bullshit you hear these days? Yeah. The problem is, though, Monk, that when you get on there, I've got no doubt that there's a bit of a narrative that are given to the commentators about what they should be doing. There's no secret that's all been about the Tszyu versus Zerafa tonight. And I don't think not that I'd ever be asked anyway, but I'm not sure I'd want to conform to anything like that. So, what's that? Is Zerafa being disqualified for causing the domestic? I don't think so. I don't think. Well, he didn't do it. Who knows? There could be fines there, Darren, but I don't know. We'll see. Jeff, Zerafa never had anything and never will. He's just wasting everyone's time hanging the gloves up. Okay. 3:45 in the house. Yeah, is there? Okay, well, 3:50 now. Yes, Dylan, Nikita is up next, and I will be commentating. So, KOEN MAZOUDIER in the ring as we speak. Off to a bad start because he's got black and red trunks or outfit. Thanks, Blue. I appreciate it, mate. Who are your favourite 3 Australian fighters? Is that current boxing monkey? If it's in the past, it would be Jeff Fennick, Lester Wallace. Who'd be my third? Good question. Maybe Jeff Harding. There you go. But definitely Jeff number 1, Lester number 2. JJ says, if a boxer does not come out for the start of the round, it is considered a TKO in this round that is about to begin. But if the bell didn't ring, this is the thing, JJ. That's what I thought. I don't know. I'm sure. But if it's normally, obviously, it wouldn't matter normally. But if there's bets involved, well, 4th round KO, says Mark. Yep. If this one, yeah, I think KOEN will be. I think he'll be in it for a bit longer than that, but you never know. Is this his biggest fight for Zoo? Yeah, sort of. I would have thought Dylan Biggs. A lot of people gave Dylan Biggs a chance of beating Nikita. What's that? If this main event tugs on the heartstrings a bit, both really good, likeable blokes as well as elite fighters. Yeah, no, you're right there, Butcher Boy. Was Zerafa get banned or punished? Yeah, it's an interesting one. Look, when you think about it, Brian, Tommy McCurry could almost put him up on assault, couldn't he? Threw a punch and landed it. So who's better, Tim or Nikita? Well, at this stage, Tim, mate. Who have you got? I have got Nikita by decision. What's that, Paul? Boxing. Come on, Peter. You're looking to get yourself banned here. With those black and white hearts. It's about all you got to hang on to this time of year, mate. So I'll let you have that one. All right. We're in it for at least another couple of weeks anyway. All right. Boxing is probably the worst for biased or leaning commentary. Networks having deals with promoters makes it so. No, you're right, mate. And not just that. It's just the whole favouritism thing. I mean, even when say the Zoo fights, Zoo boys both fight, especially Tim, it's such a. I know it's an Australian telecast, so I get it. But yeah, it's sometimes a little bit cringy, isn't it? Did Brown smack Zerafa? No, mate. Zerafa's little brother smacked Tommy Brown's trainer. Can you imagine the shit that's going to come out of Zerafa's mouth? I don't want to think about it, Peter. Good, if that's the case, Carl. Zerafa's brother to be sanctioned. Well, he should be. As I said, he could almost be charged with assault. I think it's going to be an upset. KOEN to win in the 6 rounds. Okay, Nikita hopefully has worked on his defence. He kind of likes to take a hit. Yeah, well, let's hope he does a little bit better than that tonight. There, who said that? G-Man. Nikita may tire late, then get finished. He has tired before. Yeah, well, as he steps up in competition, it's always a danger. I'll just put that down a bit there. Lionel Rose for me or Johnny Famishon, yeah. Isn't Ray Gunn performing before the fight? The less said about her, the better there. Smith. Harding, a real tough bastard, but not in the top 3. I didn't say the top 3 as far as... Do you mean as far as my favourite 3 boxing monkey or the best 3 of all time? If you're talking about the best 3 of all time, I would say Jeff Fennick, Lionel Rose, and probably Johnny Famishon. $69 for the pay-per-view and UFC's 49. Why is it so dear? It's a long story there, Brett. Oh, hang on. I missed that one there. Sorry. For betting purposes, if they didn't come out for the round, it counts as a previous round TKO. Okay. What's a prediction? Nikita by decision there, mate. Do you think Akuso beats Wallace? Yes, I do. So it was a first round TKO. Yeah, it's a bit rough there, Kirsten. Bouts versus David Amazizion at the end of the 5th round. David went to corner and they threw in the towel because the 6th round bell never went. It was a 5th round KO. But it wasn't at the end of the round. It was the start of the round. The bell just hadn't gone. That's an interesting one. Danny Green or Mundine, who achieved more? Good question. Boxing monkey. Danny Green or Anthony Mundine? Mundine. Costa Pacquiao, who wins? Oh, Mark, geez, these stiff questions before the main event starts. Costa. Well, at what weight though? 140, obviously. Costa, but not with a lot of confidence. Raygun looked like Zerafa against Lara. I love Tronny boxing. It was sad what happened to Johnny. All right. Nikita looks like the Grim Reaper with the hoodie. Yeah, he does. Looks in good nick too. So he's being introduced as we speak. Sorry about that. I got caught up in the comments. We're in fight mode now, guys. So he means business. I know I said it before, but he looks in really good condition. He looks actually a little bit leaner than he has in his previous fights. So he's 9-0, 7 KOs. The Butcher. There he is. Yep, Mundine the man. Yep. Joe Bugner. Come on, Jez. He wasn't Aussie. He was Hungarian, based in England. Then he moved to Australia. Yep, some tough questions, all right. Where's it leave Nikita if he can finish the guy tonight? He needs to start dominating the show. He can hang with the big dogs. Yeah, no, I don't reckon quite yet, Brett. I mean, this is his 10th fight, so I think he's got a little bit more time. The problem is he's had to grow up in a boxing sense in front of the whole world quickly. Normally, you wouldn't even be looking at a pay-per-view until you had at least 12 to 15 fights, I wouldn't have thought. But anyway, it's Peter. All right, here we go. Getting ready for round number 1. Boys are in the corners. They've touched gloves. Referee waiting for the timekeeper to hit the buzzer. And here we go. Round number 1. Boys touch gloves. And KOEN takes center ring. Pokes out that stiff jab. And a little counter right hook to get things going for Nikita Tszyu. He looks very patient. Both boys looking, I know I've said it, but both boys looking really good nick. Even KOEN looks a little bit leaner than what he normally does. Both boys look super sharp. Both just probing out those lead hands. Nikita with the right, KOEN with the left. Jab to the body from Nikita lands. And you would think that KOEN would want to get on the front foot early and maybe rock Nikita early with a right hand if he can. He does land a right hand there. And you can see that is the plan by looks of things. He's seen others have early success. And he looks like he means business, KOEN. MAZOUDIER center ring. Nikita on the outside, probing with that lead hand to the head and body. And you can see KOEN, he's got that lead and he's looking for that right hand. Left hook lands from KOEN MAZOUDIER. So a couple of good, there's bad habits. 7th round, I'm assuming that's for Nikita. And a good opening round by KOEN MAZOUDIER. Or from both boys, but I'm pretty surprised at how well KOEN has done early. Nikita very patient. KOEN being the aggressor, and Nikita on the outside, which is a little bit surprising. Just misses an overhand left there, Nikita. Right hook lands from Nikita Tszyu. KOEN throws a right to the body and is countered by Nikita. With 45 seconds to go in round number 1. Good round so far. Very even round. Nikita looking to jab. KOEN looking to jab and hook. He does leave himself a little bit open as well to a left hook inside, does Nikita, because he tends to go a little bit into almost the Philly shell in close. Not sure where you can watch Ned. You can't watch it on here, mate. Go to KO or main event. It's your best hope. All right, so, yeah, he did, Peter, and he has so far. Not a bad shot landed there from KOEN. 10 seconds to go. Look, it's been a good round for KOEN, but I still think Nikita has landed the better shots. Both guys did have some success, but I'm going to give that round very narrowly to Nikita Tszyu. All right, so upset in 5 rounds, says Peter. Who won the Brown fight? 1 round, Ben. It went. Injury to Tommy Brown. He does get hit a bit easy too, Brett. I would like to have maybe seen him be a little bit tighter in that first round. He did get hit with a couple, and he is susceptible to being hit, as we know, and getting rocked. So, and I think that's what KOEN was looking for early. I think he wanted to get on the front foot and maybe just get an early right hand or a left hook in there and maybe just see what he can do with Nikita. But I thought Nikita, he boxed well, but he did wear a couple of shots, no doubt about that. More glancing blows than anything clean, but I think it was a good, solid, patient round by Nikita. Close round, but I'm going to give it to him for round number 1. All right, so we're into round number 2. And Nikita takes center ring this time, probes to the head and to the body. I think Nikita, from what I'm seeing at the moment, he's come to make a statement tonight. Definitely looks like he means business. Counter 1-2 from Nikita lands. Good shots. Round 2 of the main event here, KOEN. First round I gave to Nikita Tszyu. And we're 35 seconds into round number 2. And I think he's only at the start of the round, but I think he's winning this round so far as well. KOEN just a little bit tentative. I know he wants to make a statement himself, but he's waiting just a little bit too long at the moment. I think Nikita's just a fraction faster and he's beating him to the punch. Nice left from Tszyu, and a left hook to the body lands as well. Yeah, I'm with you there, Hanoi. You're doing a good job at the moment, Nikita, to avoid the shots of KOEN. And I think KOEN looks like he's got a little bit red on that nose at the moment. And as I said, I think Nikita just looks a little bit faster than KOEN at the moment. Nice left hand lands from Nikita, and KOEN comes back with a right hand. Yeah, nice right hook lands from Nikita. He looks switched on tonight. He really does. And he's a sort of fighter, once he gets his tail up a little bit and starts landing some, it's very hard to stop. Yeah, I'm with you there, Peter. I think he has learnt a little bit in his last couple of fights over the defence. There's a 1-2 from Nikita. Geez, he looks sharp. Looks really sharp. And KOEN just having a little bit of trouble at the moment reading his lead punches. And just falling a fraction short with his own punches at the moment, KOEN. So 40 seconds ago, round number 2. He is, Brett, just a little bit. Just a little bit. He has improved. There's a nice little jab to the body and another 1-2 from Nikita. And KOEN does counter with a right, but Nikita took it well. 20 seconds ago, round number... Oh, left hand. Nails KOEN. He's rocked. He's in trouble. Hit him right on the button, and he's in trouble. KOEN in big trouble at the moment with 10 seconds to go in round number 2. And I wish Dan Hennessy would stop talking during the round. I hate that. Good shot from Nikita Tszyu. Big round for him. Beautifully placed punch, hitting right on the button. I only saw it from the back, so it'll be interesting to see what it's like from the front angle. But a beautiful straight left hand from Nikita Tszyu almost put KOEN MAZOUDIER down. Yeah, I agree there, Peter. Beautiful right left hand. Let's see the replay here. Just waiting for it there. Yeah, just straight hand, straight down the middle. Actually, that was another one beforehand. He copped one and then landed one in return. Yeah, beautiful left hand. Hit him right on the button. Almost had him down. Beautiful shot. I agree, Luke. This comes down to money, mate. It's not a mainstream sport. And why give it to us for free when they know we'll pay for it? All right, round number 3. 2 rounds to 0 for me for Nikita Tszyu. Almost a 10-8 round with KOEN almost going down there, but he did well to stay up. Yeah, it was, Julian. It was a beautiful shot. Hit him right on the chin. He does, Carl. He looks very good at the moment. Very sharp. Look, in Nikita's game, KOEN's game, he's trying his best. He's poking the jab out there, looking for the right hand. But so far, Nikita, with all the answers, has barely taken a hard shot at the moment. And you're right, Carl, he is just plotting. Yeah, it is. It's a mainstream sport for us. Yeah, I know, mate. But as far as the TV goes, not as big as other sports, unfortunately. Yeah, he does look very improved, does Nikita. Look, it's only early days. We're a minute into round number 3. Nikita, he's jabbing to the head, he's jabbing to the body. And at the moment, KOEN just no answers. He started off okay in the first round, but since then, Nikita has just worked him out and has barely laid a glove on him in the last 2 rounds. I don't think he's going to knock him out, Ned, but... or not yet anyway, I don't think, but he's definitely landed some really good shots, and KOEN is really having trouble getting close enough to land his shots. Thoughts on Sonny Laban? Look, I thought it was close there, Sam. It could have went either way. Yeah, John, Zerafa won first round, as expected, although it was an injury, not a knockout. All right, so minute 10 to go in round number 3, and another good round for Nikita Tszyu. Look, KOEN is really starting to up the pace, just not having a lot of luck at the moment, landing any decent shots. And Nikita looks very comfortable in there at the moment. His defence looks nice and tight. His timing is spot on. Speed, power. Looks very, very good, does Nikita? Yeah, Peter, I think it's, you're right, it's done a, was it disqualification, was it? I thought it was just an injury. So 40 seconds to go, round number 3. And look, it's a better round for KOEN, but I just don't think he's done enough to win the round so far. He does, Carl, has some good power. Oh, another beautiful left hand and another one from Nikita. Good jab. He's just picking his shots at the moment with 20 seconds to go in round number 3. Just been target practice so far for Nikita. KOEN just has not even got close so far. And he already looks very... he does land one there, a couple there though, KOEN, but Nikita comes back. Big J's in the house. How are you, mate? Tell you what, some controversy tonight. One of the Conor Wallace fans, was thrown out for throwing a bottle. Obviously saw the Zerafa brother incident. He's also been thrown out, as he should, Big J. More importantly, have you caught up with the chump? That's the main thing. Yeah, look, a better round from KOEN in that round, but still a good round by Nikita. Geez, he looks sharp tonight. And KOEN just looks a little bit dishevelled at the moment. A bit downtrodden. He's had real trouble landing. So there's the fight stats there. So MAZOUDIER has landed 49 of 217. Tszyu's landed 79 of 199. So to the head, 44 for Tszyu, 23 to MAZOUDIER. To the body, 35 for Tszyu, 26 for MAZOUDIER. So dominant display so far from Nikita Tszyu. Might have changed your mind a bit there, you reckon, Peter? We'll see. He has looked good tonight, though, mate. So round number 4. And whoever said it before, I think it might have been Peter. I think that, the sparring in America has definitely been good for him. And this is the thing that a lot of people don't realise. When you get over to the gyms over there, they're a way of life over there. I know we've got good gyms and that here. I get that. But over there, they're like a family, and it's hard to explain. But so 35 seconds in the round number 4. A little bit slower start. Nikita. On the back foot a little bit more, maybe taking a bit of a spell after those 3 hard rounds he's done so far, and he's allowing KOEN to move forward. But just patient. Yeah, the first was close, Andy, but I still gave it to Nikita. Yeah, it's a bold statement there, cynical lad, about Nikita being better than Tim, but you never know. And now Nikita, he's had his first minute off, now starts to come forward. And look, KOEN's been game so far, but geez, he's eating some straight shots from Nikita. He just doesn't seem to be quick enough to land on Nikita, who's just cat-like. So halfway through round number 4. Better round for KOEN. Not sure he's done enough to win the round so far, though. Good body shots from Nikita in close too. And KOEN goes to the body as well. The boys both head-to-head at the moment. Let's hope they can watch those heads so we don't have any cuts. Both boys ripping and hooking inside. Good fight inside. Yeah, good body shots from Nikita in close. Seems happy just to have a bit of a battle of or a show of strength against KOEN. With 50 seconds to go in round number 4. Yeah, Peter, that's a good way to describe it there, mate. They are killers. And they live in the gym. Some of them literally. All right, so both boys in close still, head-to-head, shoulder-to-shoulder, ripping those body shots in close. Nikita getting the better of them, though. Oh, little left uppercut, right hook lands from Nikita in close. Right hook just missed there. Heads getting awfully close to each other. Let's hope we don't get a cut. Yeah, good, Jaden. I did read that about Nikita taking his dad's advice of saying not every punch has to knock him out. Good shot from Nikita. But KOEN, he's coming back. Good round. Good round. Nikita's winging there, mate. Good fight so far. So I think that's another round for Nikita. But look, KOEN MAZOUDIER, great round from him as well. He dug in, tried to get back on track. But I just think Nikita, everything that KOEN MAZOUDIER was throwing, that Nikita had the answers. I thought he landed the better shots in close, some really good shots in close. Nice little uppercuts and hooks. Left eye of MAZOUDIER has got the end swell on at the moment, not looking the best. But look, better round, but I think another round for Nikita Tszyu. What's that, mate? 99% of Inoue sparring is in Japan, and he's a pound-for-pound great. Yeah, no, well, Japan's got some good fighters over there. And I'm sure England's the same. Don't get me wrong, I'm just saying it's not America or anything. I'm just saying when it comes to Australia, I'm comparing America and Australia. And Australia's got some great gyms, don't get me wrong. But you know, if you ever go over there, it's a different feel over there. It's a different way of life. I know it's hard to explain, but take it from me. 3-1 for Nikita. Very feel. So round number 5. Wow. Left hand straight down the middle from Nikita Tszyu lands. And this is the thing with KOEN. He doesn't move the head a lot. He's a very up and down type of fighter, and he's very open to that straight left hand straight down the pipe. A good right hand from MAZOUDIER lands, though. Good shot. But Nikita didn't budge. So has he got it in him, that right hand to get back? We saw it with Creative. He lost pretty much every round, and he landed one. We saw it with Ben Horn. He's landed a couple there. This is where I want to see how much Nikita has grown. Because KOEN MAZOUDIER is now going after Nikita, backing him up, looking for the right hand. Has Nikita improved to maybe just try and take the sting out of MAZOUDIER at the moment? Maybe tie him up, turn him, and not let him get set for that right hand. Because 1-2 from Nikita. That's how you handle it. 1-2 straight down the pipe. And he still looks very composed, Nikita. Luke, no, it'll never happen. I'll never get in the ring with each other. No cuts, Benjamin. Look, a better round from KOEN. He has landed a couple of good shots, but he's also taking a couple of really clean shots from Nikita as well. And I'm liking the way that Nikita is handling the pressure that KOEN's putting on at the moment, because in the past he hasn't handled it too well. But he understands what's happening to him now, and he's just taking his time. He's waiting for KOEN. He's tying him up. He's moving. because you get the impression that KOEN has made this round to try and make a statement to get back into the fight. And I think Nikita's boxed very, very well. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 from Nikita. Great shots. And another 1, 2. So another better round from KOEN, but I still think Nikita has done enough to win this round so far with 35 seconds to go. Really like what Nikita's putting together at the moment. Hasn't been flustered by the pressure and the bombs that KOEN's thrown at him this round. Just taking his time, being patient, and just picked his shots. Really good from Nikita. Yeah, good in close there, Carl. So 10 seconds to go in round number 5. Good round again from Nikita. It looks nice and fresh, composed, relaxed, and I think has done a great job in picking KOEN apart. I think, G-Man has got a good game plan. That's what I said. I was really interested to see during that round because KOEN came out strong. Came out really looking to land some bombs. And in the past, we've seen Nikita get sort of caught up in a war and as a result, getting caught. And so far, there's no marks, no grazes. Well, it doesn't look like there is anyway. He has been known to mark up a lot because he's always butting heads and getting caught. But I was really impressed there to see that he took what beautiful left hand on the replay there, but he took what KOEN had to offer and did it really well and composed, and actually just took his time and landed some really, really good shots without really taking much in return. So that is probably a good sign for me that Nikita is growing as a fighter. Well, yeah, pound for pound king, he is a little bit predictable, bending to his left, I know, and that's how he has been caught. But so far, KOEN hasn't really caught up on that one. What's that, Monk? Any links to your fights I can check out? I like your commentary. There are a few of my fights on YouTube, mate. If you type in my name, Lyndon Hosking. Yeah, easily Nikita's round there, mate. Yeah, very good body shots and uppercuts. He was great in that round. All right, so KOEN again coming forward, looking to get close, but he's just being read by Nikita, who again on the back foot, but he's happy just to poke out that right hand, set it up, and then he'll throw that straight hand down the middle or go to the body. Right hand, almost like a swing from KOEN there, missed. But so we're 1 minute into round number 6. And again, you got to give it to KOEN. He's come to fight. But so far, Nikita was just with all the answers at the moment. We're in round number 6. And KOEN, he's really pouring it on here. Let's see if Nikita can go with him as he did in the last round. He's a little bit loose at the moment, though, Nikita. I don't really like to see it. He doesn't need to stand and trade with KOEN. This is exactly what KOEN wants. And leaning to the side, he got caught with a right hand there, did Nikita, and that's how he got caught against Jack Brubaker and against Creati. What he does, and now I don't like this from Nikita. He's standing with KOEN and they're just exchanging punches, and this is how Nikita's been caught in the past. I said in the last round I was impressed with the way he handled it. Not so this round. He hasn't really been hit with a lot, but his chin's up in the air. He's throwing wild punches. Not real lot of focus on defense. Oh, as I say that, he lands a 1, 2, 3, 4 on KOEN MAZOUDIER. And MAZOUDIER comes back in close. Another left hand from Nikita lands. I don't like this from Nikita, though. This is not what we want to see from him. And I would think that his corner would be not happily impressed or happy about him in this round. I think he's won the round. I think he's landed the better punches, but still, he is just taking unnecessary risks at the moment. He's landing good shots, but he's really opening himself up to shots from KOEN as well, which he just doesn't need to do. If he just stuck to the... did he take a left hand at the bell there? No. But the strategy from the previous round of not getting caught up in a firefight, just waiting, moving his head, waiting for Cohen to come to him, picking him off was working beautifully. And in that round, he got caught up in a slugfest, and that is bad news, as we've seen in previous fights of maybe getting caught. He just doesn't need to take the risk. And if I was in his corner when he got back to the corner between rounds, I would be letting him have it both barrels. Nikita, you do not need to do this. Stay on the outside, counter him. You're winning the fight easily by doing it. I don't get it. Anyway, so the stats, MAZOUDIER 113 of 403, Tszyu 161 of 400. Head 104 to 49 in Tszyu's favour, and to the body 64 to 57 in MAZOUDIER's favour. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you agree with me, Peter, but I just would have thought. Look, he's got 4 rounds to make amends, but that last round, even though I thought he won the round, was not what I wanted to see from Nikita. Just standing in front and just swinging and seeing who's going to land first. I don't like it. All right, so we're 30 seconds into round number 7. It's amazing again how quick the round's going. Oh, 1-2 from Nikita, beautiful. And this is more like it. From range, poke, prod, balk, feint, and just let Cohen come to you and just counter him. That's all he has to do, and he's going to win an easy decision. And you're right, Cohen does look gassed at the moment and is taking some nice clean shots. But he's game, and he's coming forward, and you know what? I know he's probably seen what's happened to Nikita in the past, so he probably realises that the opportunity is always going to be there. All I have to do is keep persisting, keep coming forward, keep throwing that right hand, and you never know. I'm with you there, Jaden. Yeah, he just doesn't need to do it there. He just doesn't need to trade, and this is a better round from him so far. Box from long range, let Cohen come to you and just counter him all night. That's all he has to do. So halfway through round number 7. And look, Cohen, he's coming forward. He does look gassed, but he's still coming forward. He's still throwing bombs because, again, he knows that Nikita can be got to. 10 rounds, Sonny, this is, and we're around round number 7, 1:15 to go. And I saw Big J say the atmosphere in there is great. I can just imagine because you can hear it coming through the TV. So better round from Nikita. I think he's got back to that strategy of the first 5 rounds of just not standing in front and trading with Cohen. He just doesn't need to do it. Yeah, Peter, when he fights his fight and fights smart, it's very hard to get to. But he just makes it easy by trading with these guys. This round's been a lot better. So 40 seconds to go in round number 7, although Nikita does look like he's just maybe gassing just a little bit. But having said that, so does Cohen. And, there's a left hand from MAZOUDIER and another one just misses. Again, Cohen knows if he keeps persisting, the one can get through and he can do some damage. A right hand from MAZOUDIER. I think he might have won this round. And MAZOUDIER just going for it at the moment. And again, Nikita just trading with him, and he takes a left hook. Look, I'm going to give that round to Cohen MAZOUDIER. I thought Nikita boxed very well for the first 2 minutes, and the last 60 seconds, he went back to that Nikita that we've seen against Jack Brubaker, Danilo Creati, and Ben Horn. He refuses to clinch, refuses to hold, refuses to turn his man. He stands there and tries to punch, and it comes down to who lands first. It's just not smart. Having said that, though, it was a beautiful right hand that Cohen MAZOUDIER threw at him. Yeah, he's been good there, Carl. No, I'm with you there, Peter. Just not high boxing IQ. And that's why you don't see, say, Tim do it, because he boxes smart the whole way and doesn't get flustered. Doesn't lose focus and doesn't lose track or go off track of what he's there to do. Doesn't show that he's gassed, and if he is maybe gassed, he disguises in a good way by staying at range tying up, taking a minute off here, or 30 seconds off here, 30 seconds there. Nikita just doesn't seem to have that boxing IQ from what I'm seeing. So we're in round number 8, and KOEN MAZOUDIER definitely with his tail up, no doubt about that. He's got 3 rounds to get to Nikita, and just like all of a sudden, Nikita, he looks in a bit of trouble. And if I was in the corner of Nikita in this round, I would say, Nikita, take this round off. You've probably won at least 6 of the first 7 rounds. The TV's about to die there. There we go. Take the round off and move. Clinch, hold, and move. But he's standing right in front of KOEN, who is just going for it. I do not understand why Nikita is just punching with KOEN, who's just standing there and he's just throwing right hand after right hand. Both throwing right hands, and Nikita. Great fight great left hand too by Nikita there. But again, and I know I'm probably I sound like I'm on the Nikita train here. I'm probably I'm a little bit angry of the way he's fighting at the moment. But on the other hand too, KOEN is fighting a great fight. And he's coming forward now. Nikita, left hand, showing some marks around the eyes as well. KOEN coming forward, both boys in close, and there's just been no clinching. These guys have just punched in every instance of the fight. And KOEN inside, outside, uppercuts, hooks, body shots. He's just letting him go. And this is where Nikita needs to hold, but he just refuses to. He's just trying, and a minute to go in round number 8. Hey, this is a great fight, but if I'm in Nikita Tszyu's corner, I'm a little bit disappointed in the way he's fighting at the moment. Sorry, guys, I haven't been looking at your comments there. 40 seconds to go, round number 8. KOEN MAZOUDIER continues to press forward, cutting the ring off against Nikita, who looks absolutely spent at the moment. Hands down around his waist, mouth wide open. And there's a 1-2 from Nikita. Another left hand from Nikita. Yeah, it does look like he's gassing there, Andy. He's got 2 rounds to get through. So 10 seconds to go, round number 8. Left hand lands from Nikita, but I think this has been a KOEN MAZOUDIER round. And I've got it probably 6 rounds to 2 so far. No, Maney, it is a 10-rounder. Round number 9 coming up. And look, full credit to KOEN MAZOUDIER, I will say. Full credit. He's showed a ton of heart. You can see in the ring, he's really feeling it in the corner. But yeah, I don't want to come down hard on Nikita either. But he's fought a dumb fight in the last 2 or 3 rounds. And I hate to use those words, but he has fought a dumb fight in the last 3 rounds. Taking totally unnecessary risks. Continuing to trade with KOEN when he doesn't need to, refusing to clinch inside and tie KOEN up, and just continuing to try and punch with KOEN, and all KOEN is doing is just right hand after right hand after right hand, and they're landing. So here we go for round number 9. Look, I think Nikita's well in front on the scorecards, but it might not mean anything if he continues to fight this way with KOEN landing those punches that he's throwing at the moment. Yeah, thanks, Peter. I'm trying to be kind here, mate. Oh, there's my... Hey, g'day, Neil. Hey, buddy. There's my little dog. Little Neil's come up to say g'day. He wants to go to bed. All right, 30 seconds into round number 9. And a little quieter start to the round, which is right into Nikita's liking, I think. I think he would like a round off. Although KOEN as well has definitely felt the pace. Yeah, Julian, well, it could be his downfall. Could be 5-3, Jake, but I'll probably say 6-2. But he needs to listen if that's the case, Julian. Carly loves it, but it might be his downfall. All right, so a minute 15 into round number 9. Both boys in close, and it looks like actually both guys are really feeling the pinch in here. The thing is with Nikita, if you watch him as well, he fights on the inside and pulls straight back out with his head up in the air, which is why he gets caught with those right hands coming out in close. He takes a right hand from KOEN MAZOUDIER there. He needs to be in close and stay in close. Put the head on the shoulder and turn around KOEN rather than pulling straight out and leaving himself open to those shots. He's having the better of this 9th round here at the moment. But again, there's a left hand from Nikita. Rocks KOEN. Is this it? KOEN in trouble. This is where KOEN needs to hold on. He just won't. And Nikita's just going for it. What a fight. 1-2. KOEN in all sorts of trouble here. And the referee stops the fight. Are you kidding me? Nikita Tszyu pulls it out of the fire. I would have thought KOEN might... I haven't seen the replay yet, but might have deserved a little bit longer. But that is it. A 9th round stoppage win for Nikita Tszyu. I'm with you there, Hanoi. So that is it. Look, guys, I would like to say that was an impressive performance from Nikita, and in ways it was. But, geez, I can't remember who said it before. Might have been Peter. Fighting like that's not gonna cut it against top guys, especially someone like Michael Zerafa. We all remember Michael when he fought Jeff Horn the second time. We obviously stopped him the first time, but even the second time when he had Jeff in trouble, he'll keep coming and he'll be patient and he'll be precise and he'll take his time. Yeah, look, good on Nikita for getting the win. Sorry, I was just wanting to... Just 1 second there, guys. Come here, buddy. Sorry about that. My dog just decided little Neil wanted to go back downstairs. But, look, I'll probably review this a little bit more tomorrow. Yeah, Dylan. Nikita won, 9th round stoppage. Again, look, looking at it now, he took some big punches. Yeah, he did. Okay, I take that back. I think it's probably a good stoppage in the end. He didn't hit the canvas, KOEN, but he was taking some big shots, wasn't fighting back. Look, I thought for the first 5 rounds, Nikita looked absolutely dynamite. This is why they're 10 and 12 round fights. Based on the performance, I know Michael only went 1 round, but if I was looking at tonight's fight, there's no way I'm taking Michael Zerafa next against Nikita Tszyu if I'm Team Tszyu. And you guys might disagree with it, but he still hasn't learnt the art of defense and patience and survival. His gut instinct is to stand there and just go punch for punch with his opponent, even when he's under duress. Smart fighters don't do that. And I love Nikita as a fighter. I really do. Julian, you're right. The warrior mentality is great, but it can only get you to a certain point. That's great. You're remembered as a warrior and you've been in all the wars. Look at Arturo Gatti, was a great fighter. But look at the amount of beatings he took. Yeah, you're right. Is that on or ON? Once he smells blood in the water, his discipline disappears. It does, mate. It does. Good on you, Carl. Good night to you, mate. Yep, I hear you there, mate. It's just after 11 o'clock. Yeah, Andy, I'm with you there, mate. No worries, Cal. No worries at all. I'm with you there. I wasn't sure about the stoppage, but looking at the replay, it was warranted. But I just was hoping that Nikita had learnt from his last few fights, continually getting hit and rocked and gassing. And I think someone said it before. Thanks, Graham. Appreciate it, mate. someone said it before, you would think that someone like Tim, or better yet, the guy who trains Tim, who also trains Nikita, their uncle Igor, would be looking at the footage to try and improve. You look at, there's been 4, maybe 5, probably 4 fights of Nikita's where the same things happened. Caught with the same shots, rocked, almost got out of there, or been put out of there. Yeah, anyway, maybe I'm being a little bit harsh. What do you guys think? He's definitely pushing the envelope, isn't he? He's really, what's he had, about 4 or 5 of his 9 lives so far. I don't want to see the 9th life, if I'm being honest. He needs a bit more. Look, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it. He won the fight, 9th round stoppage, but in my opinion, nowhere near ready yet for Michael Zerafa, let alone international fights. And I'm not saying that to put him down. I'm just saying it as a fan of his. I love Nikita, but I highly recommend, in my humble opinion, that he does not fight Zerafa next. So, all good, cynical lad. No worries at all, mate. I'm with you there, Peter. Thanks, Alex. Really appreciate it, mate. No problems at all. No worries, Julian. Thanks to everyone that tuned in tonight. Ease up, Nikita won, did his job, bang. Morrow, well, he did. I'm not saying he didn't. I just said I'm a fan of his, and he got the win. But my response was in regards to, is he ready for Zerafa or is he ready for international opponents? And I'm sorry, I just don't think he is at the moment. So Zerafa won by first round injury loss there, mate. So he needs to work on his defence and stop bending down to his left. He gets timed. He does. And as you can't tell me that someone like Michael Zerafa, with the experience he has got, is not looking at that and is going to time Nikita Tszyu. Look, first 5 rounds were great, but after that, yeah. And I suppose I've probably got to come across of not trying to put him down. I'm probably more about I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I was just hoping that Nikita might be able to, he's got past some of those flaws that he had in his other fights. But anyway, it is what it is. All right, guys. Well, that is it for tonight. Again, thank you to everyone that tuned in tonight. I really appreciate it. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, all that sort of stuff. And look out for my review tomorrow on walking boxing. I do that every day, so check that out. And also talking boxing next Monday night from 7:30, where we can talk about it a little bit more. But guys, that is it. Hope you had a great night, and we'll catch you next time.